What's up, guys? Time to continue. Mina, hello. We get a decent night tonight. Oh, it's after work. I'm probably rocking this for next few days. I'm probably done after that. Need to find out if any reception happened for Adventures of Bullet here. Probably warm up the stream. If I wanna play that shit. Commit to put in decent reviews. That's all I guess so. If they send it to me, they send it to me. I don't think Game Pass is telling me it's new. Quit leaving. Apparently Xbox is thinking about spinning off the Xbox brand. And even possibly... Oh, they've already announced there's closing the Hellblade studio. And Compulsion, the South of Midnight studio. Ninja Theory. Sounds like Xbox is going down with the ship here. We'll see. Yeah, they haven't announced anything. Yeah, that goes. Spinning it off, having it not be under like Microsoft's thing, trying to like sell it. Those are all not good for the smaller devs. I'm curious how Double Fine's looking. Arcane was rumored even to maybe get fucking axed, which, I mean, would you be surprised? We'll see. But the $400 million Gears game, that'll go over well. Anyways, opening up with a nice positive thing. Let's go get started here. It's good to have a day of work though. Kind of back into the flow here. Looking forward to playing some more. Despite there being a lot to talk about in like mixed ways on this game, it's never nothing deal breaker. Nothing that ever really detracts from it in any kind of huge way. Just ways you're like, oh, you know, this would be even better if it had X and Y. I don't know if it's just they're really strong. I mean, it is their level design and stuff. Or what? I mean, I guess that probably comes with the territory from like having a pretty extensive amount of like solid ass 2D platformers in the under the belt. I mean, Shovel Knight had like 3 campaigns and the level design was pretty tits up for those. I think part of it's probably the game design too, like it's more focused. In a way, not having the perm upgrades and the puzzles sort of lets them focus on just like movement and combat challenges and stuff. Figured that would happen. You bastard. And some fun theming. The kind of Halloween spooky, but also not like really generic. Like, you know, the crypts. Like, it's kind of Castlevania, but not all just like Dracula's Castle stuff. The crypt kind of had like a Link to the Past thing going on. Now we're inside like a monster and the autumn area. They're just kind of like fun. Consistently, I feel like. Very cohesive aesthetics. I think that's helped in the constant flow of like upgrade stuff. Currency. Almost missed that. Yeah, we got a while. I thought I was waiting too much. It smells like death in here. Not so much in the living room. The maintenance guy came over a few times, but I don't think he actually went up to check for it. I think because we've been venting it so much that it actually smelled fine for once. We'll see come tomorrow. I mean, I'd just be fine, I guess, if it was just done, and fuck it. Context, something must have died in the crawl space above us. How did I get up here, man? I'm not sure. I have this air dash now, which I really like, but it doesn't help with combat or anything. Well, that's probably how I did it. I mean, it could help with combat. Like, it feels good, but part of me is just like, it would also be nice just to kill shit. And it's so deep into the game where I'm like, I'm not going to be used to using something like this. We'll see then. Worm's back. It looks like I've already been here, but I didn't open up the shortcut. Maybe? I don't know. There's a chest up there though. Make sure the other tent isn't this way. You can only level up your stats by having like on-hand souls, so I actually don't really want to put any away if I can help it. That's kind of the most important upgrade for me right now. All four of these. It's cool, we only need 3 of them though. At least that's how it seems. song has a very UFO50 vibe. Couple of the sounds it uses, I guess, for me. Oh, it's on that side. Nice. What's that? They exist, and I don't think that even some games are like not like really bad or anything. They just don't add, I think, as much as they sometimes take away. Like, I don't think it's like a blight. The most annoyed I've ever been with trinket systems is just seeing them in too many places, kind of ill thought out. I think in this game, it kind of is middle ground for me. I do think I like mix and match and find like cute little things here and there, but sometimes I'm like, because it's like a Zelda game, like I kind of just wish these were permanent upgrades, and I could imagine a world where some of this would just be more fun to have, like the dash and the jump off enemies, just straight up. Even like some of the stuff like the boots and shit, or just not even having it, yeah. The stuff like that. It's like, I don't know. Like, I don't think it kills it, but I do think it's more because the other stuff is just good enough more than I think the trinket system is really a transformative build-defining kind of cool thing. Oh yeah, Ass Libra is like a fucking... If you want a fucking power fantasy game, dude, fuck Diablo, bro. Ass Libra, you turn into a fucking straight-ass unit, dude. Yeah, exactly. That's a good one. I think shit like Prince of Persia: The Lost Crowns is just fine, because that game has no lack of firm upgrades, really tight combat encounters, and other systems at play. This trinket system is just kind of another thing on top of that, where this game doesn't have like the breadth of combat and stuff to feel like you're missing out. Like, you don't feel like you're missing anything in like Nine Souls or Prince of Persia. In this game, I'm like, I feel like I'm missing a little something. I still really like the combat because I like the level design and the pacing of like the secrets and stuff. It's all very snappy. There's always something to find, always something to do, and they, you know, all feed into the progression system, which, you know, maybe there's some issues with that, but it does create a reward feeling. But yeah, something like Prince of Persia, I'm like, it's got a trinket notch system, but you get plenty. I mean, I don't even really remember what all they do. It's more just like it's totally inoffensive because the core never takes a hit for it. This game is so designed around the trinkets and the sub-weapons that I feel like you could imagine a scenario where it's like, maybe it'd be better to have something a bit more transformative in the trinkets while still having like an extremely satisfying like base. And I don't know, there's times where I'm just like, some of these, like, they could just be like base good. Like, reduces damage taken in dark places. Like, I don't hate the idea of situational use items. I think in like something really immersive or like slower, methodical, that can be, that kind of preparation is fun, but it's like, and I mean, just because there's a few shitty ones doesn't mean anything, but it's like, why not just make this an upgrade? Why not make like a little thing for it? Yeah, Ass Libra is a good one. Yeah, Ass Libra, Prince of Persia. What was the other one I said? Nine Souls. Nine Souls, like I said, it's like Sekiro tight, but you still get some pretty good transformative build options if you want. I think because that game has such a high skill ceiling, that focusing on different parts of the fights as like an entire build thing can like make things feel more transformative. Like, you don't magically turn into some demon that flies around and does crazy shit in Nine Souls. You're just gonna play to the subtleties of the combat differently in a way that's pretty meaningful for that type of game. I don't know. There's some other ones. For me, it's less that they're like kill a game and more that they just don't add enough for me. When you compare it against like stuff with really like extremely transformative builds with crazy, you know, scaling and like power level scaling, like stuff that really feels like, oh, I'm doing something different, I'm doing something special. And, I mean, that's okay, I guess. It's like not every game needs to have like, you know, I'm playing the game in a completely different way per build, but then I'd rather it be like Prince of Persia, where it's just like kind of an inoffensive little extra, like thought out feature, than it is like the core of the game. Like the trinkets in this are like the core of the game. One of the pillars of the game, right? They have less room to be kind of like I feel like they're a touch more load bearing. Whereas like Prince of Persia, they're not load bearing, so I feel like you get a little extra wiggle room there. So maybe that's part of it. Man, Ass Libra is so good. Is there any news on what that guy's doing? Yeah, that's my thing. It's like Ass Libra wasn't a game that I would say is difficult either, but goddamn, is the power fantasy totally different, you know, ballpark. Now, granted, I don't think this game would fit with like an Ass Libra thing, right? Like, Ass Libra is more like anime protag, like Goku levels of like power level shit. That's like fucking like cultivation shit, but like, I mean, you don't want every game to be like a skill spam psycho game, but I definitely don't think this game would like be hurting for having like the ability to jump on NPCs or like having the air dash be like more of a part of it. And it's like you can't even speak to balance because like they're there anyways, right? Like the ability to completely skip most of the swamp because of the boots is like, it's there, man, you know? Which is fine. I mean, it can feel empowering to make those decisions, but on the flip side, it's like, would it be so bad to have stuff that, you know, especially in a game that's focused on combat, to have the stuff that's a little less combat focused, just be upgrades, improve the feel. This is the first time I've fallen down something, and it didn't kill me. And I didn't know if I was finding a secret or if that was just some bullshit. Now I'm wondering if it was somewhere else. Man, this level's cool. I really like the last two worlds. It's the game's strong suit. There's just cool ass worlds and fun combat encounters. Alright, Bruce, we'll catch you then. Thanks again, buddy. Thanks for everything, Bruce. I think I know what they wanted. Like, I wouldn't say the level design is like showy, if that makes sense. Like, it's just like very consistent. You guys know what I mean by that? Like, it's not about like big set pieces and novelty. It's about just like consistently fun, varied rooms with like a solid core of like gameplay, like a movement. Like just enough new ideas, just enough new visuals and theming on the levels, and you know, a lot of secrets that aren't too bullshit, but also require like some amount of effort. And maybe I'm just more in the mood for it as part of it. Like I said, I think I really get into just finding secrets all the time, so this game's pretty good about that. It's not like a La Milana style where it's like the finding of the secrets is like a really heavy duty thing. It's more, you know, the classy kind, I guess you could call it. Not that La Milana's not classy, mind you, but I guess a more consistent style. A lot of it's consistent. There's different flavors of secrets, I guess, is what I'm trying to say in games. There's games that are like, the entire conceit is like the secrets. Oh my god. And then there's some games where it's like, they make sure not to make it too overboard, but still enough to provide like a lot of flavor and shit. Level, man. I don't want to miss anything, but I plan on doing 100%, so if I miss anything, I'll just come back. So there's a lot of drop downs here, is what I'm seeing. Not unlike Dark Souls. I would say very similar. Not to compare Souls to fucking everything, but I mean it's true though. Constant little nice if finds. I would say this one has less big ones like Souls does. Souls has like big boy ones on top of like, with like pretty significant stuff behind it. I'm just gonna assume there's something here. Really? Yeah. Well, I mean, at least he went out with the fucking bang, man. I mean, that had to be a huge fucking project. He might have just been... Yeah, it's supposed to be... They said they wanted it to be more like fun and not like just as deep this time. It's supposed to be like 40 to 50 hours and they've been spending like a crazy amount of money on it. Like lots of like visuals and crazy shit going on. Yeah, sounds interesting. We'll see. I don't know when it was supposed to come out, but yeah, apparently they're dropping some bucks on it. I mean, seeing them do like a detective mystery could be cute, right? I don't know exactly how that's gonna play out. I'm sure it's not quite what I'm thinking of. But... Oh shit, I could have gotten to that. The checkpoint was right there. Oh, I see what's going on. Oh, no, this one's 1. Oh, I did it again. Yeah, I'll be looking forward to that one. Whenever it comes out. Oh. This is where I walked in. I see. I was like, oh, this looks kind of familiar. So the big thing that, like, the big problem I have with the double, like the air dash, is like you can't do it out of a lot of stuff. Like if you hang off at the side of some shit and then fly off, like you bounce or you grab one of the handles, you can't like dash out of it. It kind of makes it like, I wouldn't say useless, but its use cases definitely drop a bit. Dash around. Oh, yeah. For sure. I use that for, like, air stuff. Like, I like the idea of the air dash. I'm also just not used to using it. That's probably the big thing, but... I mean, you can only use it in 4 directions, I guess, too, but... I have that and the, the shield. I get pretty decent amount of movement. But you can only use it in like certain orders and weird shit like that. It's like just half baked enough. Well, not half baked, but just okay. I really wish the foot wasn't a thing, but it's like just limiting enough to not be as fun as it could be, but then also like side shit, so it feels like it's kind of a waste. On top of that, compared to just like getting some more combat crap. Alright, so I don't want to be doing all these like huge contextual like leaps off of crap right now. Okay, I meant to go left there, but because you can only go 4 directions, the context on the stick's kind of weird. Okay, yeah, grab that. These handles are a little fucking wonky. Judging depth in a game like this is a little funky, always has been. How I can get to that. That'll be some kind of weird secret. Farther up. Well, I mean, hopefully Asleeper keeps churning for him. I wonder if the experience was just like really fucked, or if he's just like, that's all he needed, man. I mean, you never know, he could be back. I mean, aren't the Amori devs kind of like that too? They did their Amori thing and then back to doing the fashion and all that other stuff. Ugh. I don't know the full details with them. Look at this, man. Jesus. Doesn't have it in him. I imagine as a solo dev, with the game that ballsy, yeah, I wouldn't have it in me either. It's a shame we can't flip it into like a studio or something, but I get it. I guess when you put your whole fucking soul into one thing, it's like, that could just be like, you know, you're done. Which is fair. I mean, that had to have been a huge undertaking. How the fuck is my wrist? Back to the trinket thing. Like I said, I was comparing it to Dark Souls yesterday. I mean, Dark Souls has a trinket system too, right? You could even argue, like, that system is maybe even, like, partially influenced by Souls shit. Maybe this is influenced as much by Souls shit as, like, a notch system. Maybe even more so. The thing is, you don't really think about it in Souls because the build-defining thing in Souls is pretty much just the weapon, the gameplay style, and then after that you're just playing into it by choosing like rings or talismans to kind of like augment the builds, right? And this, it's like you have a build-defining weapon choice, but the talismans are also supposed to like create a situation where the gameplay changes when you use them instead of like just being stat sponges or like little augments, right? So it's like, yeah, ER is probably, that's so it's like, well, that sounds weird, right? It's like, wouldn't you want it to be more transformative? It's like, probably, but it depends on the weight the game puts on it, right? Like in Dark Souls, like, the difficulty of the combat, the survivability on gauntlets, like, it's rewarding to, like, get a stat thing or min-max towards, like, safety or whatever the fuck you want to play. So it's like, when you find something like that, it's not like the core fun of the game is finding a ring, but it's a nice little thing. You're not, like, pissed about the rings. You're just like, oh, it's another piece of nice gear, isn't it? Something I can slot in, that's cool. And then, like, you go back to exploring, and there's enough reward, I feel like, in the exploration based on just like finding interesting bosses or new areas or just like the immersion of the world. You're not really looking for upgrades or rewards to like do that for you. And you have like a constant flow of like souls, right? Which feels good, which is what this game does too. But I think this is one of those where it's like, while the exploration is good and the combat's good for what it is, I think maybe its relation to Zelda and maybe having the trinkets be a little too load-bearing makes it so that them being not the best makes it feel a little worse than it really, I mean, it would be in like a different game, so I don't know. Also, it's one of those things like, it's a Pandora's box deal. Like, you show people you can have all these cool moves, you're like, well, why the fuck can't I just do that, right? Like, would that really be so bad? Where it's like, Souls doesn't pretend to give you anything like that. You know, you just, there, it doesn't even exist. I don't know, it doesn't make any qualms about, you know, the stat items, just, you know, them just being stat items. Because when I think of trinket notch systems, I never even thought about Dark Souls, but I'm like, really, this is like pretty much exactly like a Souls game in terms of how it does it. Not exactly, but it's like functionally, visually the same. I just feel like there's way more discovery, reward tied up in talismans in this. I guess the gameplay style, I feel like, would benefit from little upgrades. Yeah, more moving parts. Like, I feel like the talismans are just more load-bearing, and I'm trying to explain, like, describe why, right? Like, in Dark Souls it doesn't matter because you have crazier... Yeah, you have weapons, you have upgrades, you have way more... I mean, no offense to this game, it's not a problem. Way more crazy, satisfying bosses and, like, you know, more evocative exploration, right? This is like very fun exploration. It's very cool, but it's not like, you know, ooh, I can't wait to see what crazy zones are around the corner. Like, I know what's going to be around the corner generally. You know, there's some surprises here and there, like the boogeyman guy. But like, you just know it's going to be like a really fun, clean room. And that's probably, you know, maybe you're going to look for a secret. It's like, the big shakeups are kind of the talismans, or it's like, Dark Souls, like, the big shakeups aren't the rings. Like, those are just a nice thing to find, right? It's just the act of finding them in both of these games is what's satisfying. Which is where this is still good. It's just one of those, like, you know, if I could jump on enemies, or just have another dash as like a side thing, like, would it be so bad? Does that need to be a build-defining thing? Or can that just be like, hey, yeah, you could break the levels a bit, but like, you're going to anyways. Wouldn't it just kind of be cool if you worked hard enough to find it? You could just do that, you know? Like, if I did these levels in all sorts of different orders, I could just like have crazy powers to like make one level easier than the other. And I mean, then some people might complain that the difficulty's fucked, but like, that's the name of the beast. You can't have everything, right? Like, you can't have a game that has transformative skills and multiple different like weapons and have like the, you know, and freeform exploration with lots of like build level scaling and progression, and then have every fight feel tuned to the same level, right? You have to be like a Sekiro for that. And even then, Sekiro, you can do shit, you know, side stuff that lets you grab crap. It's just not gonna happen, right? And that's why I find fun in it, because I know that's going to happen. I know I can like bust something open and be rewarded for the exploration, which is cool. There's plenty of like more interesting combat systems that can like really nail like a feeling of like mastery and stuff. But I mean, not everybody cares about that, right? Like, some people, they want all the challenge to be there at all times. For that, it's like you really would have to just like normalize the difficulty. Yeah, the upgrading, stuff like that. This has like a bit of that. I think part of Mina's issue is comparison. I mean, it's any game's thing, but I think being in such close relation to Zelda, which is a game that is all about, you know, essentially like a Metroidvania type of like perma progression and usage of perma progression, and then also showing you things you could have, like that Pandora's box. Ends up making it so you look at it like, well, you know, what the fuck? I could see this being really fun. Not that it's like magically people wouldn't feel that way if you didn't show them all that stuff. I think it's just like, you know, you maybe wouldn't be imaginative enough to imagine how that could happen, right? Like if this game had no talismans, like people would be like, okay, well, what do you actually get, right? So, they'd be asking for some kind of perma progression. But... Two Zelda-ish, Metroidvania-ish. Yeah, I think the secrets feel good. But I'm also coming from like a perspective of enjoying the little collecting and slowly building up a dude. I think they're more good in like how they're executed, just finding them, like the gameplay of it, than it is like the reward though, yeah. The rewards are just like fine. I'm never like disappointed when I get like another skull or something, but you know, would it be more interesting if I found some crazy shit? Probably. Would I agree? I mean, some of the most whoa moments in like a Metroidvania are when you get like something really crazy and it just like changes the whole deal. And not every game needs to be like a game changer every time you get something, but like some kind of transformation or something just strong. Yeah, Heart Piece does always feel good. Even though those games are like pretty easy too. Oh, well, I mean, the 2D ones are a bit harder. Like you actually would want like a potion, right, to handle the final boss. Sure, yeah. Not that it feels bad. I don't think it feels bad. But yeah, I get what you're saying. I get it. It would be fun. This one has a very like Mario or Collectathon style, like, you know, every little coin feels pretty good type of thing. Maybe not Mario, a bit more Mario. It's like Dark Souls. I keep bringing up fucking Dark Souls, but I mean, when your game's like fucking 2D Dark Souls, I'm gonna do that, right? I mean, even fucking Shovel Knight, you know, like some Dark Souls shit with the fucking money drops, right? Let's fucking call it what it is, man. Right? How the fuck do I get over here? Unless it's from like the top. I guess what I'm trying to say is it depends on the game too. Like, not every game is made for like a game-changing ability to move behind every chest, right? It ends up being a much more crazy game at that point. Zelda makes it work because it's like more localized to dungeons. The things that are like useful everywhere are like combat focused or augment combat. Or they expect a certain order so they can design stuff around having Rock's Feather and then a bow in every dungeon, that kind of thing. So it might be game changing, but it's not like it's going to transform the minute to minute. It's just going to, like, from then on, incorporate new mechanics. This game doesn't incorporate new mechanics ever. It's all level design based. And those, I guess, are mechanics, but like, if I leave here, I am the same, essentially, as I was in the beginning of the game, outside of my sub-weapon, which, you know, that's the weirdest part of the game. You know, that can change how I play a lot, but I don't even have fucking access to it 90% of the time. And it's at odds with the combat side of things. Link Between Worlds might use what doesn't have the same. Yeah, I get that. I mean, it's hard for me to imagine Link Between Worlds. I think that one's like pretty godly. It does mean also that you will run out of... money is the core thing. Runs the problem of if you're really thorough and you really like finding stuff, generally because you can't make the game designed around having important upgrades 100% of the time, because not everybody's going to find everything. Like you have to have some filler money, like cosmetics. People are going to like, I'm just making up a number, 2/3 of the way through get through everything useful, and then everything you find after that feels even less useful. I'm getting close to that. I'll go back to the shops and I'm like, I don't really need anything here. I still have the game progression stuff. And there's still stuff I want to buy there. I think you could get over those systems by having like tally checks too, right? Like there's a hidden boss if you get all the talismans or something, right? Then, you know you're working towards something. So even if like you don't really need anything anymore, and you've kind of like run out of shit, it's like, you know, it's still got some value. But yeah. I'm gonna go this way and see if there's just actually something deeper in. What the fuck am I doing here? Great. Oh wait, this is where I was going. I still think minute to minute, like Link Between Worlds just had like really satisfying, once again, kind of like this, like dungeons and stuff to do, and plenty of other little upgrades and mini games to fuck around with. So it's kind of hard to think of it that way. But I would agree with the money thing. It's cute for a bit, and it does make money feel more valuable, but once you buy everything within like the first, you know, 20% of the game, there's no more like hit from like the major items. But Link Between Worlds gets by that by having everything else be like excellent. It's a cute idea that feels kind of epic, and then like the ammo system, like I don't remember really being in love with that, but it was like fun. Yeah, for sure. I mean, this game's kind of making a swing in a certain way like that too, but the swing feels a bit more derivative by just being like charm systems and sub-weapon stuff. I mean, I guess the interlinking of those two things is kind of novel, but I think you're supposed to do this. And I don't know how to get over there otherwise. Not too. Not that I think in this game, despite calling it more load bearing, I think it like kills it or anything. I think it would have been a nice tweak to have a bit more freedom on sub-weapons. As you unlock it, you could still put in a system to limit based on area. Which I think I would actually use more shit if they had that done. Like if I couldn't use some of this, I would probably use more of their other crap. But it's like, some of these feel too good not to. And some of the other ones are just like, they're fine. And it's like, I don't know if there's like hidden nuance there, but I just don't really like care. Especially if you ever have like, you know, oh, I'm gonna have to fish. Or, I mean, the fishing's not a big deal. It's like, oh, I know this will just be more useful, despite maybe being less interesting. It's that balance between optimizing versus like raw fun. Which optimizing is fun too. Especially in a game with so much combat. How the fuck did I get to this thing? Oh. Those are the breakable ones. They're not as obvious, man. For sure. You're trading big impacts for like what's a more steady supply of dopamine essentially. That has the problem of completely wearing off at like the 2/3 way through. This game kinda has that issue too, because you know, like any game with a currency like this, you know, you can run out of shit to spend it on. But it also doesn't have like the major hits there. It just has like pretty excellent everything else. Yeah, that's my thing, is like I feel like you could like remedy it by just making sub-weapons permanent things you pick. You unlock them like a Zelda thing and you could just use them whenever. And they're just on 2 different buttons. Hell, you could even have them be like 3 or 4 buttons, man. Like, fuck it, put a bunch in. Have them be really transformative. I don't know. You already have an ammo that's supposed to limit them, right? I think 2's fine, but like I find myself not even really using them a whole lot. I really use them a bit. Some more than others, but yeah, I think you do that. Like I was saying earlier, I think it'd be interesting to have a thing where it's like each zone has a certain pool of sub-weapons, and then when you beat the zone, it just adds to a universal pool. Only in the dungeons, I'd say. Then you could have things curated around those sub-weapons, but then you could come back and re-clear it with like anything you wanted. And then in the main area, you could just explore with like whatever fucking sub-weapon you wanted, no matter what. As long as you beat in the zone. Like that could be cute. And like maybe the pool starts with like a few. And it's like you could have levels designed around different shit and people might try different stuff. I guess it works with randos too. And then I would say the talisman system, just make most of these permanent upgrades, man. I'm cool with some of them. And if it means like the game has to be like harder, so like everybody has proto spark, it's like okay, then make it harder. I mean that's not so easy to say. I'm surprised you picked the swords, yeah. Yeah, I really didn't like it at the start. I think this ability is like what changes everything. Especially when you're fighting the Kraken, it's like the worst boss for pinballing. I wouldn't be surprised if I liked some of the other weapons better, but I've grown to like these now. Some of the harder bosses, I just fucking throw knives at them. The second ability, the knife throw, which is different from the other knife for me. You can do some swag shit with it, but it's not like really that good. Probably. Yeah, the knockback on hit's a little much. I get that it's supposed to keep the DPS coming, but I just use this fucking ability all the time. What did you end up playing with, Emmy? Coming out of the asshole of the beast. Nope. Yeah, hammer seems pretty good. I haven't even gotten try the Mega Booster. It might be in this level. I haven't bought it either. The shield seems pretty strong. Yeah, the knockback's kind of egregious. If you lock yourself in a place where the boss is right above you, you can do like crazy DPS, but I don't know if the way I would have balanced the fucking DPS was like knockback, or maybe I just lower the damage. Shit, those for pussies. Best. Yeah, the jump slash makes it actually sick as fuck. Cause you can like fly off the ledges and then like come back in and stuff, and it feels pretty cool. Yeah, it's the first upgrade. The second one is the knife throw, which is pretty cool too. Which is this one. Makes you quicker. And it's just a knife throw. But you can only attack with one weapon after the knife throw until you go pick it up. But I guess you move quicker? Yeah, I do wonder if it's actually a bit more aggressive than the name shield would make you think. I use it for like 2 fights and I was like, okay, there's some pretty juicy parry bullshit going on. Hammer's pretty chad too. Big charge ups. Yeah, that's cool. Whip seems fun if you just want like a more methodical, like, you know, clean placement of hits. Like, just careful game. I like my psycho aggressive shit. Even if it means I get like fucked sometimes, but... Well, I mean, like, you have to, like, aim it, and you're not, like, fucking lunging at dudes like a psycho. Like, you might still spam, but, like, I mean, I assume it's, you still gotta, like... It's not like a psycho aggression weapon, just because it's spamming. You just stand there. Yeah, I just don't really use the dagger charge, that's the problem with that. Oh, the dash attack. Yeah, for me it feels more just like a aggression thing. I mean, you do have to aim it, I guess, but I wouldn't say I feel like I'm like carefully inching forward, slow whipping. I'm thinking of whip like a and for an axe Castlevania whip. Maybe it doesn't play like that at all. Maybe it's like very like aggressive. Or there's like a bit of spacing. Maybe it's pretty chill actually. Oh, okay. So whip is super mindless. Oh, it's generous. Okay. Thought he was gonna move like at all, but he didn't. That's true. The knockback actually makes daggers probably a little bit more technical than you'd think. Because you don't just keep on enemies, you have to keep re-situating and then using the fucking dash attack. Which, the dash attack saves it. Like I said, the dash attack makes it really fun. Because you usually get out of range and then you dash back in. And then you could hit in the mid-air while you're doing it. It's why I wish the pirouette thing where you like jump on enemies was in. Or like, and I didn't have to spec into it. Because you could do like a fucking jump off an enemy and then a dash attack and then a couple attacks and you could like mid-air juggle a little bit. But because it's really not that good and it's just for style and escaping, I guess, why would I choose it over like speed drinking, right? You know, that kind of shit. It really should be a pro upgrade. Or each weapon needed more perma upgrades or something. Yeah, dagger with combo. I don't know, everybody says the combo thing sucks, but I'm using it and it's like, yeah, it sucks when you're running around because, you know, you tend to get hit a lot, so the first hit's gonna do less, but I'm like, I mean, after 2 hits, you're dealing like double. And you're just like cranking, right? I don't know, I feel like the combo trinkets, like, you have like some level of like base. Pretty good, but what am I doing here? Yeah, it makes exploring harder because a guy you might kill in one hit with the knife turns into like some fucking 10-year-long thing. I need to throw something. Okay. I want to try using the knife throw more. I'm a big fan of like utility abilities, like, ooh, I'm gonna use this at this time and this at that time. Even in stuff like Bloodborne, right? You could find a use case for a lot of like the Blades of Mercy moveset. Even if you don't need to, it just feels better to like use things based on the right situation. It's like I'd like to use the throw more. That's why I like having like a sub weapon with like some use case. I mean, I have the fucking fishing route on right now because I just want to fucking do the rest of the side quest. And I don't have enough patience to fucking go grab 50,000 different fucking sub weapons right now and just sit on them. Like realistically, I'd probably want like a throwing knife or something. Having this dash one's just too useful. I don't know, more and more I find myself wondering if like the air dash is really what I want. The thing is, like, the air dash is fun, right? What would be the pure fun build? Like if you just like didn't need like survivability or stats or anything. I think it would be slow fall. I think it would be the 2-2. I think it would be air dash. Wall burrow for sure. I mean, you could have stuff like damage while you're burrowing. That's just like an extra skill element. Like, it would be pretty, I mean, just not gonna like hurt anybody to have that. I mean, stuff like this obviously could be an upgrade, but like, I'm talking just picking stuff that just seems fun. Fast walking after hitting someone, that would probably be fun. Holding still to turn you into a statue. I don't know when the fuck you would use that, but I mean, there's one that could be a fucking upgrade. Hold A to burrow repeatedly without needing to land. I guess this one? Sounds like, I don't know exactly what that means, but that sounds cool enough. I guess that's it. Like, all of those probably could just be like the make fun zone ones. Most of the rest is like combat, potency type of shit. I mean, granted, that's gonna be fun too, right? Like, you do like a side, like you could do a sidearm setup in this, or like you just have a shitload of like jewel creation, and then I think you have like your melee ones and a survivability one. I think those are like the 3 technical builds you could do. Well, technically you could do a burrow build, but like, let's be real. There's no way any of that's good. And those are just like little touches. And maybe in like a fucking rando you'd use, but... The rain. There's a big thing outside still. Jesus. This guy really just follows you. Yeah, getting hit a bunch in a row is such a death sentence in this one. Like, I really feel like you need the thing where you just don't lose anything on hit. Because if they get in a particularly nasty situation like this, you could end up in just this chain of stuff where you get fucking node plasma. Like this. Jesus Christ. Where it's like, what is air dash doing for me here? Nothing. Like it's... I'm taking it off. I like it, but I think it has like 0 combat use. Or I feel like with like extra attack or no loss on hit. Getting hit would just go better for first try attempts, right? Or even Will-o'-the-Wisp or something, right? This guy's hard to get in range of once he starts going crazy. This was your exact trinket build? Please. Also, I feel like this one's probably... I mean, I don't need the fishing rods. So. It's like, I like the air dash, but I already have sub weapons that kind of handle it, and this can be sort of used as like a semi-air dash. Like, maybe I'll swap back to it just for like running around. I do wish this game had loadouts. I never understand games that have a... build systems and they like don't have like loadouts, because for me the thing is that can be cool about builds in games where there's like really obviously like dominant ones, is being able to like really quickly change their use case. But if I have to like go through 50 fucking things to change them every time, and there's way more egregious games than this. So wipe them. Granted, I just played with it. But it's like, oh, here's my exploration. Usually how it is, and I would say the most common thing in games with builds, exploration set and a boss set. They're usually very different, right? One might be more like, you know, quality of life, magnetism. You know, you're going to kill stuff in 1 or 2 hits, so you don't really need like DPS. You need like big hits. You know, maybe like there's less spike damage, so you want like, you know, like a marathon type of build. I mean, this is just gonna turn into shit anyway, so. Yeah, keeping your shit on hit and then like gaining more. I mean, it just lets you make so many mistakes, right? Because if you don't have the one where you can gain, you keep your fucking plasma when you get hit, then the mistakes are punishing, right? Because you can't heal as much. You have to have a good run of hits. So if you play really shitty, like I did the first time, you could just get it all back. You could just keep it, right? Like, you don't lose anything. So you go in with, like, a good set. You get a few hits here and there, and you gotta keep those good hits. There's a big chest we haven't got on the outside here. Maybe we'll get it in a bit. That's my thing, is like I would probably want to like have a few different sub weapons for bosses, but because they're not around easily, I just don't even care. I just don't use them, right? I just have this healing one, and if I have one, the ability, I would probably get like a knife. Bike chance. I mean, they gave it to me. And the bike definitely lets you move quick, which is cool. On the ground. I'm usually jumping enough where I don't care too much, but... And there's so much burrowing. Oh, you get the stuff? Oh, you do. That's right. They thought of that. Good. What's all this? Oh no, we just came back. There is stuff I didn't get though. The head of the beast had a big chest. Yeah. Where you could just sprint whenever. Yeah, it's weird that there's just like little things I just don't have in this. I mean, I get that like chaining this is supposed to be that, and that the open world doesn't really have big stretches of like open terrain for you to just go crazy on. But I mean, shit, you could even just like have the bike be a button and like the open world. I don't know. That's fine. Just to hit these. They're always a little wonky, man. What am I looking at half the time? Almost had that one. I can get some pretty good money on this. There's another one back there. I don't think it's just in all of them, of course. But... Seems alright. Wish I could level up right now. Well, no. I guess I'll take that. If I could choose. I don't even think I'd want the shop money right now, but I'll take it. Unless you could turn your bone stone into levels at some point. Wait, you can always do that, can't you? At the home base. I forgot about that. I think you can. I've been thinking there's this like little push and pull they're trying to do with, you know, because the levels are the thing money-wise you still actually kind of want, or the shops are running out. Like you would risk having less shop money or more money on hand instead of turning it into bones or whatever. It's like, I don't need to do that. You can just miss in the levels. Yeah. I mean, granted. Guess I don't really care. I'll go back and maybe unlock some shit for buying stuff. We most certainly did not get everything here, though. That major chest I still have not gotten. Major chest and apparently one thingy. Could be fucking anywhere. Sandfalls. I'm full of shit. There's even a fucking big money. I mean, who knows? I might come back and find a lot of this shit. Like an NPC or some shit. That unlocked after this. It'd be weird coming back this way. Oh, we could have put a pipe on that side. Usually they're really good about the checkpoints. The chest was up near this face, I remember right. Hey, thanks, pal. Love all the little NPCs who have flavor dialogue after everything. I don't even know where to begin to look. chest exactly was. I thought it was up this way, but it might have been farther back, or... Deeper inside. This level had a little less checkpoints, I feel like shortcuts. It had some, but... Like this. Remember where that was. This next we'll do the ice place, but I've got a lot of cleanup I want to do before all that. Been in this. At least. Oh, that was just a skull, that's right. I think what I'm looking for was out here. Kind of been like within the east of it. Back. We've gone to the right there already. How far back was the shit behind this dude? Really no shortcut up there? You had to go like all the way back through that part of the level? That stuff up there. We've been to that. Up here, filter stuff. There's like no way to take this down to anything, which is kind of sad. This is like primo. Get back to places stuff. I don't know. There's one money thing missing. Short of just re-exploring the whole level. Couldn't even tell you, right? Because I mean, those could just be like a fucking, like a dig in the ground. Like a quick way down there, dude. Guess it's here. Anything we're missing here? I mean, I know we are, but... Oh, my fishing rod, dude. Oh yeah, like links up with here. Odd. Look how there's no easy way back. Just have to eat shit. Whatever. Yeah, there's a lot of those. I mean, they're like harmless, I guess, but... And I'd rather have more connections than less in a game where I'm trying to like clean them up. They are a little weird, aren't they? Oh, I forgot this was a thing. Some of these, like the pipe ones, I'm just like, I have no memory of this place type of shit, right? Like, I would not like when you're running on a map, you like naturally are like, okay, this connects to that because it's next to it on a map. But when you're like fucking running between like a pipe in some dude's camp, like it's nice that they're labeled in a way, or they're in a place that's like, I guess, pretty central, like a camp. But holy fuck if I'm not gonna like remember that at all. Come back here like way down the line. And then here already. I might be able to like jump this. He said if you'll go in here it'll reset the room, but... Oh wait, you can do this. Oh, here it is. Is this the blaster? It has ammo. You get the ammo back by like beating the shit out of people. It's interesting. Huh. In a nutshell, this could be pretty neat. Does it end up being neat? That's the question. I like the idea. We'll come back for the full cleanup on these areas where we just get a little bit of money later. For now, let's handle the major items, and the fish and shit. Oh yeah? That name sounds super fancy, but... that didn't mean shit. Super puzzled cat. This is what you're playing right now? Yo, what's up, Riggs? Yeah, this looks cool. Similar to games we played, Mina the Hollower and Celeste. Thoughts on that? Play your own way using save states, explore a world full of challenges and secrets, but can you find the way through time and space to reach enlightenment? Cool. January. Pretty meaty game from the look of it. Puzzle platformer. Let me know, people seem to really like it. All right. Honestly, unless I get something near a boss, I mean, using this on a boss and this just to move around is kind of weird as it is. It just kind of works for me. Like, you can get ammo back by just beating the shit out of bushes. Interesting. Yeah, this looks like a cool thing. I always like the idea of mixing styles. Yeah, what is the first one? Oh, charge shot. Field toss. Yeah, it's funny though. The maces is probably boring first skill, but keep rocking with this, but yeah, it seems cool. Got one key in the mourner's place. One loot. One loot. This has a fair bit of shit. I need to go back. Why does it show the fishing rod? Then the fish separate? What does that mean? That's 2 loot. That symbol just not what I think it means? It looks like a fishing rod, but like, what even is this? Why is there a fishing rod and a fucking fish? Oh, fishing rod upgrade. That has a checklist? I guess there's some few perma upgrades, it's got its own checklist. Okay. So this has one more normal fish, which I could see just being like cryptid, but maybe it's there, I don't know. I imagine Coldstream Peak has one. This area still has one despite me fishing quite a bit. I'm gonna go back with the fishing rod here. New ship. Other than the jewels thing, I don't really have anything to spend my dough on that's useful. I'll just spend it to spend it. And on the stray shop, of course. Which I'm still looking for the third one for that one guy, and that's probably what was at one of those purchasable places. So maybe I don't want to spend everything. I could still go force an upgrade. There's a chest here I still haven't found. Somehow. Let's go to Fishing Rod Land. We need to keep an eye out for possible free drops. Oh yeah, I should check the husband now that they're back. When I get back to town, try to remember to do that. Let's see if this motherfucker has anything to say. Oh shit, he's gone. Might eat him. God damn. Let my fucking dog eat me. Well, is shit really that bad, man? Little noise, bro, and you let your fucking Psycho worm eat you? There's the key. Thing I'm wondering about though is the oh, there's a potion here somewhere. What the fuck is that? Redskin peanut. Now he's got a peanut addiction too. He's so easily swayed. Oh yeah, I should custom color. Blame me. Come on. What am I missing? A potion from this zone. Sandfall. Up from here. I'm missing a loot from Bone Beach. I don't know what I'm gonna do about that. I'm gonna come back, I guess, and clean all that up later. Looking around for the potion. And the fishing. I'm doing some fishing. Could be off of something weird. Unless freeing that chick's husband was actually gives me a potion if I go back home. That's what we go check. Wherever the fucking train station was. They might count that as this area. I feel like I did a decent job looking around, but I mean, I got this guy's, you know, his key. He let his boy eat him. Boost damage after death or exiting under lap. Fades, then returns stronger. Yeah, it's like... So it's like... You get extra damage after these things. And it just comes back when those happen again. I wonder how long it takes to fade. And I guess you would use this with the... Surely it counts with the revival deal. sad. Did that guy ever make it back here though, or is he still in the other zone? Wonder who the other man was. He's always got a scheme. I'm gonna say money in case we find the third underground shop guy. I don't know where the fuck he is. Oh, but my money. What if I find the shop guy and I can't pay for anything? You know where he is. Got a key to get here, a loot to get there, a loot. I've got a lot to get here. I've got a lock, a fish, and some jewels. Probably all together. Loot? This is probably on the south, the wall thing. It is in Sand Falls. That's where I'm going anyways. Another fish here. Ooh, a lot of loot. Well, I was heading that way anyways, so. The gun seemed interesting. I got the first incremental from the last dungeon. Yeah, the shimmery. This would just be if I find the single loot. I wouldn't be surprised if it was in those, some of those, I wouldn't call them chase sequences, but where I had to like get on the elevator or the moving platform for a while, that type of shit. He's been still working on it on his stream. I know. How much are we talking? It's another game you just gotta wait to play it on. And I mean, there's something to be said about playing a version of a game at a certain time. I think that goes more for multiplayer games where like, usually, where it's like, you know, a game will like change over time, like a World of Warcraft or like a COD, and then like you get like a more fucked version, or like a few seasons down the road extraction thing, like Destiny, where they like cut the content out. But I think something like a Look Outside, it's like you're probably just getting like a maybe some of that could bog it down. And Look Outside, I would say no way in hell. All that's the best stuff. In that case, it's like you might as well just wait till he's fucking fully done. But that was a total aside, I guess. That was interesting. Some games are getting updates. Usually getting updates is good. Games. Kind of a double-edged sword, but I feel like it's more around the live service. It's to the west of town, right? I've got more to find there for sure. I need to go do the snowball guy at some point. I still need to find the potion here. And the fish. I don't know where the fuck that is. Look at the fish up here. Maybe it's in the dwarf place? Not much happening here. Maybe there's like a return trip thing. It did feel awfully small in size. There's definitely some jump downs. That might just be for the enemy though. What's that? Actually anything? Is there a locked area? Unless this is like some sandfall thing that's like not actually in the sandfalls, it's like fucking off some fucking corner. Maybe it was in that one guy's lair? Go check it out. Do you have issues finding this too? Or do you think I'm a goofy goober? Well, you probably think that anyways. We're talking just business. Okay. I'm being a goofy goober then. Just be like a room I just didn't walk into. Already went in here, killed this guy recently. Because Sand Falls is really not that big of an area. It's just like one big chunk. You can wait. What do they have? Something that like helps you detect it or some shit? I mean, it's a heal. I'm cool getting it. Okay. I was wondering. I was like, damn, you really went for the 100%. Some of these are pretty secret. I'll get this one. I'll wait on the rest because I don't need it. Already got it here. Oh, I didn't. What the hell? I could have swore I did. I mean, I didn't. I just didn't unlock those. It's like the most obvious thing. Maybe I told myself I would, and I just never did. Ooh, stomach. Meditate. Got the coffee. And I had a bunch of different kinds of juice. I went to a kava in my work bun did. Like a Mediterranean, kind of like a Chipotle Mediterranean place. Pretty good. Had like drinks, like I've got it some of the fridge, blueberry with like lavender in it, that kind of shit. There was one, it was like tangerine and then some other shit on it. And I thought it was gonna be like a mango type of taste, and it was like spicy. I was like, what the fuck? This is the weirdest shit. Maybe some of those are hitting me along with the coffee and pretty heavy pita bread thing. Any Hoosier. Guess we could go try to find that shopkeep west of town. Then I'll probably buy a custom color. Is going up to that guy who said the green one was just for him in a green outfit do anything? Then it's not a big deal. I don't know, like pay double just to like get some dialogue or some shit. Alright, west of town, but I might need a bathroom break. Dummy. Start watching it a bit more heavily again tomorrow. Let my vacation extend a little bit on the food side of things. Get back up. Oi. Who's to say that wasn't going on, bro? Everybody needs a strong core. I just got on the ground and I wiggled around on my stomach. Little tummy time. Riggs, what are you playing now? Or are you just on the Back to the Future grind? For a shop. What has promised me there's a shop here. Why is my chat not uploading the people are saying? Will it here at some point? Let's find out. I saw that it was on my stream preview, but it hasn't popped up in my actual chat. Chrome having the same issue. Firefox was? I'm not seeing anything. Yeah, gotta reload it. It's worrisome. I really hate this shit that like eats my fucking chats. Tales of Rise DLC, I do not have high expectations. Jesus, the game keeps going. Huh. Old post game. I feel like that was the game that had like the shittiest final act imaginable. But I hear that it keeps on coming is interesting. Oh, good. There's one up here. Forgot. Well, let me know how it is. I've been wondering why they haven't made another Tales game at this point. I mean, they've been doing a lot of remakes. I know there's been some kind of like push, an initiative for them to do it. The biggest Arise fan, but I had fun with it for a bit. Some of the combat. Stellar Blade, Red Mana, Disbanding. The Spider-Man. Subnautica. 2 Sekiro. Prey. Play Prey before they get shut down here in a couple weeks. From the sounds of the rumors. Interesting stuff, and there's some good stuff. And not so good stuff. Some stuff to talk about. Yeah, big industry stuff for sure. The Stellar Blade company has said that they're going to heavily use AI in Stellar Blade 2. That'll be exciting. I probably won't play it. What? What's up, man? Grinsley. That seems pretty chill. Dance, you bastard. These guys were such nice little dudes. Here, cool bits. Maybe this guy just wants a nice little dance. Might be against her will, but wants a little dance. Oh. Armor upgrade. Who says there isn't permanent movement tech upgrades, guys? Yeah, I was like, this is a little... a little spicy, think about it, right? Several Xbox studios, including Compulsion, just during Double Fine, Innovation Access, they try to avoid closure. Yeah, I talked about it earlier. I mean, one person I listened to today framed it pretty well. All of this stuff Shawarma's been doing, or whatever her name is, feels like dressing up the company for the spinoff. Like they sell it, or they spin it off into something. It was always kind of surprising to me that they would like really talk about like doubling down and like really focusing on the games. Like, you know, it never is like the nice thing, right? Like, of course, it makes more sense they're just going to cut more people out. You know, recently the CEO of Microsoft said something about trying to, you know, figure out how to handle this whole Xbox thing. Like, them just shutting down most of the non-big boy studios. We're trying to, you know, like Ubisoft did recently, or try to find like a buyer or something like a Tencent. That's just always how it goes, man. Anything that's smaller doesn't track. I mean, they just shit can it. And I mean, I don't know. My thing is like, yeah, I don't imagine Hellblade 2 or South of Midnight did good. I don't know. I wonder if they even went like positive. On like a business side, it's like, I guess you get it, but like, also like, what is? I mean, it sucks. It fucking sucks shit for the devs, but also it's like, what is Microsoft's plan? They were supposed to be this publisher. They do the Game Pass stuff. You know, they need smaller shit like that coming out at a steady pace. Like Double Fine, think what you will about them. They put out quite a bit of games of like all sorts of different types. know, at least like one or so a year. Like stuff like fucking the Gears of War devs, it's like every 6 years, and that's like $400 bazillion, right? Is that really gonna do it? I mean, I feel like Gears is gonna be a huge failure. Banjo, at this point, if they're not even gonna keep anything else going, I mean, if they sell Arcane, which, you know, Arcane has not been doing too good the last couple games either. I don't know. That's the thing. It's like you're not allowed to like fail for like a game. I've been watching some interesting videos on the idea of being able to like weather a failed game or two, and, like the AA scene and all that kind of stuff, and how that middle ground has kind of disappeared. Like now it's like you pretty much have to like, unless you're taking on all the risk yourself as like a small indie thing, to be like a bigger, higher finance game, is like you pretty much have to have a guaranteed hit, which, you know, homogenizes it, low risk and all that stuff. So and this kind of shit just kills that more and more, right? Like mid-sized studios, they cost enough where it's like the numbers don't make sense to the fucking suits or whatever the fuck, but they still let me happen to it. I imagine it's gonna be like a Toys for Bob thing where like, you know, some of them try to go solo. I imagine that like Xbox was already pretty aware they were gonna do this when the trailers hit for stuff like Senua. Maybe it was gonna be one of those where it's like, we'll see how the trailer does online. If it's not enough, then hey, the trailer is like a marketing tool for Ninja Theory to maybe get picked up by somebody else, and we're just gonna fucking cut them. That would still suck for them. I mean, they're betting a lot on Senua to get like picked up. That's another thing too, I guess, was the yes, I was listening to videos on the middle ground or whatever. Is time and budget on this type of shit too. Right? Like you can't, like, you know, even in the middle ground, it's like, other than, I mean, Double Fine makes like a game a year, I guess, but usually, I mean, it takes so long, you can't even like afford to like risk anything, let alone like just greed or whatever. But, I don't know. It's a weird thing for sure. Not that I'm like sympathizing with like Microsoft or something, but. Fast travel thing still. Because it's like, you could point to the devs like, yeah, you know, they've put out some, all these people have put out some questionable shit lately. Double Fine's probably put out the most consistently fine stuff on what's probably a cheaper budget, but they're not exactly putting out huge hits. I think they like probably help fill out a Game Pass and fill out like a portfolio for Microsoft as like a publisher. But if you don't care about that at all, you know, you're gonna put all your money into like Call of Duty and all that shit, Halo. I'm curious how Combat Evolved is gonna do for them. So I don't know. It's a shame. You just see it everywhere. I mean, it happened with Sony. It happened with fucking Embracer. I mean, it happened with Ubisoft. I'm sure EA's barely done indie shit, but I mean, I'm sure they fucking did. I don't remember who all they sold. Just everybody's done it. I mean, Sony. I mean, they're doing the shit with Bungie, right? I wouldn't call Bungie like a smaller time dev, but I mean, what small little games is Sony even doing? Right? They've always just been the flagship fucking AAA Western dev, right? Well, yeah, I don't know who the fuck's gonna be buying that's a whole different deal. They said they were making another console. I gotta wonder like the viability of that. As Xbox as a brand, it's weird. They're trying to do like I don't know what Xbox is up to. On one hand, they're trying to sell off or close studios. On the other hand, they're sitting here talking about making a console, adding more exclusivity. Like, Gears of War EDA is a $400 million game that's exclusive, console exclusive, right? It's also a game that is gonna have, like, online that's gonna be important. So it's like, we're only dealing with PC and, like, Xbox Series X, which, like, what is even the fucking user base on that shit, man? I don't know, it's just odd. Yeah, they cut Game Pass prices down, but now they're wanting to close a lot of their first-party studios. I mean, who's really out? I mean, I know those are like the, I don't want to say lower rung. Those are the ones who've been having issues lately, but how does that feel as like a Microsoft back dev? You make like one mistake, or even as Double Fine, you're not making like big mistakes, you're just not putting out like, you know, God game after God game or anything. Like, I mean, what do you feel is like a... I mean, Bethesda will be fine no matter what because of legacy. I wouldn't say they've been putting out fucking shit, but they've got enough IP. I mean, I'm sure it'll be fine. But like... what are some other ones? Forza will be fine. We'll see after Fable, but Forza alone will... I mean, they might just become the Forza company only forever, but I mean, they've already kind of been there. I'd be worried about the Gears studio, I don't remember what their name is. After all this shit. They've swung on Gears for so long, and it's like, how well have Gears 4 and 5 even done? Now this to be like one of the biggest budget games. Spindleman. Dude, that sounds sick, man. I want to buy that console. To buy my own console. Yeah, I don't know. It's, I just wonder what Xbox is up to. On one hand, I don't know if it's just like short-term shit to make it look sexy for like a sale. With all this like dumb PR shit and like, you know, Game Pass cuts and stuff. But then talking about like laying off a shitload of people after they've already done a lot. And they're just at the whims of like Satya Nadella or some shit, or who knows, man. I mean, Xbox has always been floundering. I don't know if they're hoping for just a quick thing or what. To me, what it feels like is they're gonna get rid of all of the excess that they deem excess, right? I think stuff like Double Fine is probably valuable. And I think, oh, another thing I was gonna say is the stewardship. Like, you know, yeah, a lot of these devs, not, you know, like they've all had like a string of like misses, right? Like Arcane, Deathloop probably wasn't a huge seller, but like Redfall was a huge misstep, right? Hellblade 2, not probably like the biggest, most fucked misstep, but like it was big enough for them. Like people weren't like super good on it, but like it's not even like a huge one. It's like I don't know, you're just like you're at that point where it's like, I mean, you had like a the Hi-Fi Rush thing where it's like, you know, they even put out a good game and they got canned. It's like, it just must be fucking odd working for them as anything other than like Bethesda. And even then, you have to be like... This dude's just here. But yeah, I mean, 343 is like fucked up a bunch. That's just running on raw. That's what I mean by stewardship. Is like, surely you could put a lot of blame on Microsoft's part for like giving 343 the ball like this many times and floundering it, right? Like, you have studios like Obsidian who come out with a lot of good stuff on their own, but it's like, is it Microsoft providing much? I mean, it's like, I don't know, at this point it just feels like business as usual. They're just gonna can anything. I mean, they'll fund it, but they're not, if they can't fucking put out a hit every single time, and whatever, and there seems like there's less room now for small shit. I feel like their small shit's just gonna be like Game Pass crap. Let's see, if they spin off Xbox, I mean, Game Pass probably needs shit, but... I don't know. I'm yapping, but... Yeah, on the next console... I mean, shit, dude. I mean, maybe it's just the places I listen to, but the excitement for your average Sony AAA, I feel like is plummeting, man. Like, I hear more negative shit about and this is very anecdotal. I mean, I'm probably in very spaces that are very, like, enthusiast, like, not probably the exact market for this kind of shit. Like, for God of War, Freya, and for, like, Wolverine, is, like, not probably as much excitement as you would hope for something that has to make back a lot of fucking money. And it's like, you know, if they're not going to be able to trust, like, Sony first-party shit at some point, if they're that, you know, their style or their output, you know, people are going to, like, not want it as much, or the quality's going to dip. It's like, I mean, who's going to want to buy a PS6 for exclusives? I mean, maybe being the only kid on the block might be a reason people will buy it, but I mean, the way we see AAA games is already pretty much done, right? Like, what is, like, buying a $1,200 machine with even more power really gonna fucking do for you? Are people making ballsy technical things now that aren't related to just graphics? Like, how much more graphics are we gonna, like, want? Like, is there the biggest thing is development? Like, who the fuck is going to make, other than, like, Rockstar and the occasional freak thing like this Gears of War game, like, who the fuck is putting, like, that much money into their game to make full use of an even more, like, powerful system? Like, I could see a more powerful system to run games as they are now at, like, a higher FPS, but that's not, like, sexy, right? You pretty much have to sell on exclusives, and it's like, we're at a point where the amount of exclusives on these consoles is just, like, dwindling even more, right? Like, Nintendo's probably got the most exclusives, and it's their big power, right? But even them, I mean, they do it different as far as, like, budgets go. I mean, they're gonna be totally fine, but Jesus Christ, as far as consoles go, I mean, half of the shit Nintendo puts out is, like, kind of fucking cheap these days. So I don't know, it's weird, man, for sure. Yeah, exactly, Riggs. It's just one of those things, like, once you gain that notoriety, it's going to be really hard to, like, you know, when you're pitching a game or you're thinking about some kind of game, like, unless you're just, like, been doing it for a while, like Double Fine, and even then I wonder if they're, like, you know, sweat quite a bit with that kind of stuff. Like, I mean, maybe Double Fine could just end up on their own again. I mean, they were for a while, right? But, like, you gotta imagine when people are, like, thinking about games and thinking about who all's, like, getting canned, you know, like, a lot of them surely are probably looking for the sake of their studio for, like, other avenues, or looking to pitch games that maybe aren't the best for the industry, but maybe would save them, like, safe games, right? I mean, Bluepoint was doing it. They got shut down, right? They're gonna do their God of War multiplayer thing. You know, that places like Bluepoint can even get shut down is interesting. I guess the idea would be there is, like, with Bluepoint was they were making remakes, which are supposed to be cheap, big money. That's the whole point. Nostalgia, fucking, you know, hang-ons. But I bet you could do it. They're probably just like, why don't we just outsource somebody even cheaper and just shut Bluepoint down? That's probably what it is. And AAA has just hit a level where it's just like the scale, the size, the risk that takes, the small amount of risk taking to make up for it, and the diminishing returns on, like, graphics and, like, you know, the low risk style of game design falling out of favor. Like, at some point it's like third person action shooters and, like, open world, like, they always have, like, an inherent, like, interest to people, but not everything can have the same level of interest for ever. Like, you know, eventually, like, people care a little bit less, or things get a little bit more stale. Like, that's just how it is. Every generation has had, like, it's, you know, there's 10 million 3D platformers, you know, this is just gaming, and then all of a sudden there's like none, right? It's like a dead genre at this point outside indies. So, I don't know, it's like, what happens when their golden gooses are gone? The attachment to IP without the development of, like, new ones? Like, that's another place, an interesting place where I was listening to some videos where people are talking about, you know, the discovery phase of, like, concepting and, like, being able to change a game in the early points of a project is sometimes how stuff like Devil May Cry is made, right? Instead of being Resident Evil. And, you know, like, a lot of these things are announced early to get, like, confidence from, like, you know, not just the community, but from the actual moneymakers and stuff, who are low risk from the start, and they just roll with it, and, like, probably just keep expanding with more and more fucking goofy mechanics and systems, because that's what's needed to sell, or needed to justify the budget. And it's just like, it's just weird shit like that, and it's like, I don't know, I just feel like you hit this, like, break point where we are now, where it's like, you can't justify a 6 to 8 year fucking dev time and have, like, a ballsy game, but at some point you are making art and entertainment, and it's like, that shit'll just run dry eventually. There's a lot of other entertainment out there. I don't know, the whole, I'm rambling. Yeah, the whole AAA industry, it's just like, when are you hearing, like, big, good news, right? Especially in the West. It's like, it's pretty much just closures, less games coming out, more games where people are less excited, right? It's like, Sony barely puts out anything, and then you see, like, their new ones, and you're just like, okay. You know, like, okay, Wolverine, like, looks kind of fucking mediocre, right? Like, that kind of shit. It's just like, whatever. I don't know. I mean, as an enthusiast, I've got, like, a weirder perspective on it, because I'm sitting here playing shit like fucking this, or, you know, like some freak shit. Don't worry, GTA 6 will save the industry. Just a bigger and more expensive game, guys. Like, what does GTA 6 even gonna actually do for the industry? It's gonna make the fucking industry, the market fucking cap raise a little bit, or whatever the fuck. That's about it. It's not gonna, like, be like a saving force for AAA. It's just gonna be a flash in the pan, essentially, as far as, like, not a flash in the pan, I guess. It's gonna be big for itself, but it's not gonna, like influence other stuff, right? What is it gonna do? Oh, GTA 6 is successful. That means we're gonna fucking, like, spend even more money on open world games. Like, that's already what they're doing, man. You know, like, there's not many, like, GTA clones, but there's plenty in the same vein as GTA as far as, like, scale. And that can work for some. I mean, like, your Project Reds, and I mean, it worked for Kingdom Come and all that kind of stuff. You know, there are your AAA or even slightly lower ones that are just fine. Like Japan, you know, Capcom does good. FromSoft has very economical use of assets and stuff like that. Project Red has a big enough IPs, but I don't see them just exploding yet or anything. But, you know, it's not like AAA is like 100% dead, but it's like, it just keeps slowing down, and there's just less of it with less risk. And it's just like, alright, man, you know? Which, it's like, I feel for the devs, especially. I watched another video, a lot of them were the same guy. It was interesting, I was tuned into it, but the idea is a lot of, like, developers, because of the way AAA games are hyper-specialized, they have a very small knowledge base who work on AAA of, like, the entire pipeline and, like, the broad strokes of a project, so they wouldn't be able to, like, actually, like, make a, like, project as easily from scratch, because maybe they're just, like, a hair guy or something, or, like, they mentioned, like, a tree guy or something, you know? Not that that's bad, they're, like, really good at that kind of thing, and you would need to be able to, like, you know, be in a AAA environment, but it's like, you know, you just work on, like, trees for 6 months, You don't get to like learn about the whole process or flex like a larger creative skill, and it's like, you know, some of these people are gonna get laid off. And you probably end up in like Metroid Prime 4, and then you wonder why it's like fucked or something. And it's like, because, you know, just because you work for like a big dev doesn't mean you have like a broader range to be able to do like an indie thing. I mean, like a Mind's Eye or something. Or, I mean, obviously there's some that really pull it off. I mean, like Expedition 33, but I thought it was an interesting point. It's not to like knock those people, but it's like, instead of being like an all-arounder like you would in the PS2 era or something, now it's like such hyper specialization because the teams are so big and the time it takes to make a game is so big, and it's like you don't like learn, right? It's a 6-year fucking thing. You don't make like 6 games and learn each time. You make like 6 games in your whole fucking life if you're lucky, right? And then it's like, you know, some of these people are gonna get canned, and it's like, what the fuck do you even do? This feels fucking pretty fucked, man. And it's like, why even work in AAA? You could go make way more money being like a fucking software person or some shit, right? I mean, it's pretty much for the love of the game. I feel like half the time you just like games, but now it's like, who's gonna feel good about making fucking AAA games after all this shit, right? It's like, it just looks like it's just spiraling. It's just, maybe it's just the news that I take in, but it's just like worse and worse every time you, like, I'm trying to see like a good AAA thing. Like there's games that are popular that have like a decent amount of budget, like your Pragmatas and stuff, that like are good. Like you see some creative stuff coming out of like Remedy and all that kind of shit, and you probably say they're AAA, but even then, like, I would imagine their shit is still cheaper than most, man. I mean, maybe not, I don't know, Remedy, they've got a lot of industry veterans here that maybe like helps, but I mean, I'm sure they've had issues too. They have to take a lot of crazy publishing deals, and I do wonder, you know, their new CEO and shit, how that's all gonna go. But I will be doing GTA 6. Be renting it. See if GameFly's still alive by then, or even doing rentals for it if it's like a $200 game. The future is backlog. I mean, as a consumer, as just like a consumer, like I'm just a mindless consumer. Games are fine, right? Okay. There's plenty coming out. There's still some ballsy stuff happening, you know, especially in indies and shit. You have like a backlog, you know, gaming could just stop, and I'd probably still be good forever. But like, you want more things to like play with technology more, play with ideas, build off of the shoulders of other shit. Different generations from different places coming at games with like different ideas, and the cream rising to the top, or being able to find interesting stuff, right? You want to be able to be serviced, you know, if you're like an RTS guy, you know, they don't come out that often, right? You don't want games just to like end or something. So it's like, and it's like, you'd also want what only money can do, right? Like, I love indie games to death, of course, like smaller range games. I think that's where the best stuff is, but there is a certain type of game that can only really be made with some kind of funding, right? Like, you know, certain levels of set pieces or polish on certain mechanics, even some genres, I suppose, right? Like, I imagine lend themselves more to having like, you know, a budget. So it's like, it'd be nice to have, you know, there be a bit more, like, it's like you don't want like the money to just disappear from video games entirely or something, right? Like, I mean, these like consoles and stuff and PCs, like, this is where people play shit. Like, if that stuff dies, it's like, yeah, you still maybe have yours, or the games are still being made, but like, you need these platforms to exist to like create the sales, to create the ecosystems, to create all this stuff. And it's like I'm not gonna miss the idea of like a AAA game, but like, there is a knock-on effect with like probably the death of like every major publisher. And then I wonder what that'll be. I don't know, maybe it just ends up back to indie, back to grassroots, and it just rebuilds in some other way. I don't know. I mean, there is like a lot more competition for your attention now too, with the way the internet works and all these other mediums. And God knows. Yeah, Roblox lead everything. Put the kids to work. Surely will make the comedies assuming that again the wrong things make the game popular. I mean, that'll be in it Tales all this time, right? Yeah, I do feel like AI looks like a silver bullet for these like corpos for their problems, and in a way, maybe it could be. But I do wonder if the AI is once again going to have a knock-on effect to the quality of a game. Like, I've been learning more and more about like the kinds of thought that goes into concepting, how games pivot in development as they're being like created in the early phases. Like the discovery period is supposed to be a big deal, and you see a lot of that being offloaded, like AI stuff. And I feel like the feel of that AI, like, probably is gonna creep in. I've seen people talk about this too, like, probably pretty, well, maybe pretty obvious, like, creep into a lot of, like, even if it's all, like, hand-done by somebody, but if it's all based on the foundation of, like, a derivative AI work that has very little, like, cohesive sauce to it, it's like, is that really gonna be good for the industry? Like, maybe it'd be a silver bullet as far as, like, saving on costs, but it's like, is it really gonna be good for the industry? I don't think so. I mean, obviously, as an ethical thing, in art, I don't think it's good. I'm not gonna get into all that part, but I wonder if, like, the effect of, like, the quality of the game's not being as good compared to, like, the bazillions of other things that come out that may or may not use it will just make it so, like, yeah, I can make AAA games now on a budget. Like, if just nobody will care. Also, if everybody could do it, then you just run into that arms race problem again. It's like, okay, now I can make a AAA game on a budget, and it's like, okay, so do you like scale off of that then? It's like, I feel like we're done with the point of like graphics, surely, right? Is it at this point, is it just quality? Is it like the amount of fucking voiced lines? Is it like the length of your game, the size of your open world? Like, they've tried it all at this point, right? Every line's voiced, everything's mocapped. This fucking size is huge, there's millions of quests, like, I guess you could just keep scaling up, and most people don't even get through like a fucking 10th of each game, right? There's a point where you're just buying into like the set dressing of having a big game, then you aren't playing it. Maybe those kinds of players will just phase out? Or get addicted to some other shit? I mean, I don't know. Granted, that's like the more... I would say people playing that type of stuff are a level deeper and enthusiast than like, yeah, your Roblox, Fortnite. That's just its own beast. Might as well exist in a different world. I'm rambling. I'm parroting a lot of stuff I've heard and been thinking about myself. Not all fully formed, but I mean a lot of it's stuff we've talked about before. We talk about the AAA thing all the time, but it's always relevant. Always. I don't know. What I'd be really interested about is like, is the death of like AAA or like big studios like that? How would that affect like the smaller indie scene? Like, there's always gonna be people making games, right? But is that those existing? Does that help create, in some kind of way, a more plentiful amount of like stuff like this or something? I mean, not a lot of these companies aren't funding smaller stuff like that, so probably not on that realm. I think stuff like consoles, it probably would be a negative if you lost like consoles and stuff like that. Just for platforms and stuff, right? Like, if Steam just died all of a sudden, I don't think, you know, I think games would end up worse, right? Like, there's less, you know, ways for people to see them, less ways for people to make money off of them, you know, that kind of thing, right? It's probably just be a net negative. I think it's the same for some of these, or like these big publishers. Like, obviously the jobs, I mean, it's worse. So that is like a negative, assuming these people can't go and like turn it into something else. Not everybody's gonna be able to turn it around, like I said, and make like some fucking studio or find a replacement. Like, you know, if everybody's firing, like, what, you know, if you're like the Bush guy, like, who the fuck's gonna hire you, right? Like, it's probably a pretty scary thought. If that's like most of your skill set. No, I'm not like a fucking authority on that shit. I'm just hearing the fucking other people with a more industry experience talk about it. But I do think it makes sense. Everything's Roblox. Where was I going in this game? Which Should we do the fucking snowball thing and just be done with it? At least learn about it a little bit. I'm gonna go get the custom color now. I don't know. I don't want to say the knock-on effect thing again. I mean, all of that stuff is what's created the remakes thing, right? I've said this a minute, the low risk, you know, nostalgia bait. Like, I mean, you look at it in movies and stuff, which is different, but like still, you know, similar enough. People are looking for like easy money tickets for shit. That's like remakes, nostalgia. I saw somebody say this. That was kind of funny. It's like, I'm paraphrasing, but you know, we're essentially like living in a fucking eternal 90s millennial fucking nostalgia fucking wank, right? Just all your N64 games and PS2 games will just fucking be remade over and over and over again. Well, fucking millennials are just fucking dead, or until fucking the next generation has millennial nostalgia and they just keep remaking it. It's just like, I know the entire industry isn't that way, but it's like, there's so much remakes. And it's like, when do you make the thing that needs to be remade, right? Like you surely can't just remake forever, right? Like, if you need to make the thing that somebody wants to remake, like, you know, your Ocarina of Time, you need to make another Ocarina of Time, right? Like, can't just be Ocarina of Time forever. I mean, for some people it would be. Some people are such slaves to like fucking nostalgia that like they just play Ocarina of Time forever, right? Not just the game itself, but like they just play new versions of everything every year. Like all they look forward to is like the same 5 games remade or something. But I would like to think that would be really fucking bad for the industry, and just as like the art form itself. Yeah, they'll get to that too, right? Move into the phases of nostalgia bullshit. It's like, I get why remakes are like, it's safe money comparatively. Most of the work's already done. You can outsource it to somebody on the cheap. It doesn't, you know, they don't even need to be fucking that great. Half the time you can put out like trashy remakes depending on the IP. Sometimes people won't even know. Like Thousand in Your Door. Sometimes people won't even care. Despite fucking like this being really obvious. Because they just don't care about, you know, the medium as a whole, which is fine. I mean, whatever, you don't have to like everything, but... Yes, I am playing Star Fox 64 forever. Don't forget the SNES one too. The original, or the NES one or whatever. SNES? SNES. It's like, that's where I don't mind remakes, when there's some kind of artistic spin, right? Like a reimagining. I wish people would catch on to remaster and port versus remake versus reimagining. I've said this forever. It's like, a reimagining to me is like, you know, it's hedging your bet a bit too. It's still nostalgia baiting, but like, at least somebody's maybe throwing like a spin on it. There's like a cool idea there. Like, it's not a replacement. And it's like, I think there's room for those because there's some artistic merit. It's interesting on its own. Like, I think RE4, RE2 remake, they're that way. You know, say what you will about them if you don't like them or something, but I can at least respect that end of it. I'm not big into the FF7 remakes, so at least Rebirth, and they're not even really remakes anymore, but I mean, they're like pseudo remakes. It's like, oh, that kind of shit's cool. But so rarely do you see that shit. Right? Like, usually, because the whole idea is, like, to make a bunch of money. Like, other than the name, it's like, why spend a bunch of money? Like, you know, like, it's just more risk. I mean, it's worked for Capcom, but you know, most people aren't going to pull off what Capcom does. So it's like, whole remakes are just, like, graphical, in my opinion. It's just, like, taking everything and just putting it on like a modern platform, and a remaster for me is essentially like just a lightly touched up port. So that point I just prefer port. I just like the idea of like a rewrite open world. I mean, that could be like interesting. It could be funny. That's like something like a fan project would do, right? Like it's a novelty or something goofy, or like, you know, a cute idea or something. I mean, it would be more funny on that front, but. it's just kind of. I think, as a whole, I wish remakes would just stop happening. I think in like a bubble they can exist, and there's room for some of them. And I get that that might be like an easy way for people to like, especially like a struggling, like Remedy's doing like a Max Payne remake. Remedy probably needs to fucking do it, right? I like Remedy shit, so I get it. Like I understand, right? Like I understand the point of it, but it is money and resources and all that that, you know, is not going probably towards something a bit more crazy. But they are putting out still cool shit, right? At a decent enough pace. Right? It's like I feel like there's cases where it's like, of course, you know, remakes are always going to be there. Not in other mediums. Other mediums don't really fucking do that, but it's like a video game thing because you could objectively improve a video game or whatever. Usually it's looked down on a lot more in other mediums. But I feel like the gap in like quality or whatever you want to call it, like on like visual or, you know, playability is like not something you have to worry about as much in like movies. Yeah, what, like Valheim and shit? I would like to play Valheim. But yeah, it's I get that that's like a perfect world thing, but there's the other side where it's like not just people who just need the quick buck. It's just that that's the only buck they want to make, right? Like they could do something else and maybe start like having like a forward-thinking approach and maybe make the new things that they can squeeze in the future, but instead it's like it's just always easy nostalgia money ad nauseum, and then maybe like every 7 years you get another project coming in and it's like, I get not wanting to risk shit, but it's like, well, look where it's going to. It just makes you even more kind of like, when you look at like a lot of the big AAA or big publisher stuff at this point. Guitar parkour. I need a Chaos Head Silent Hill game, guys. I mean, I'll give Konami that. They're bringing back Silent Hill and just getting like indie devs to make them on the cheap here and there. I was like, you know what? That's cool. Except they did that really shitty microtransaction one. That was less cool. Hopefully Townfall is good. More smaller budget usage of IP, at least with new ideas, would be fine. Yeah, I'm gonna wait for Subnautica 1.0. Yeah, I love the Abiotic Factor. Wouldn't hate seeing some more of that. I kinda would rather just have like a new game, because I'd have to find my save on a Game Pass and like buy it again and shit, so I'll probably end up just watching the DLC. Have her be invisible. Piccolo Bros. Yeah, I didn't get into the POW world. I don't know if I will, but it's interesting to see how they keep updating it. Okay, you can do whatever you want. Frankenstein. Mina. Yeah. They can fuck off. They should be more mad that Game Freak keeps putting out slop for fucking everyone. There's plenty of games that do what Pokemon do, much more closely than Palworld does. It's just that Palworld got popular. And most people's fucking vision in video games is about skin deep. They don't know about any of that shit. Should be the end of it? Oh yeah, for sure. Agreed. How much money do I got? What do I want to spend? Oh, I just want to save it for sidearm levels. Oh, can I afford those? Grab that. We're 99. Alright, let's keep going here. So many games to play. Every time I listen to podcasts or industry people and enthusiasts, every day I realize, Jesus Christ. I'm interested in so much of this and I barely can scratch the fucking surface. I mean, I got my own little corners of playing stuff and shit, right? Like, nobody's playing 100-hour VNs on any of these things. So I'll never get to everything I want to hit, but I definitely need to jump around in place. Try to talk while I go. How it is with the rant. It's been great. I mean, it's got its weirdness. It's got its issues. We've talked about them quite a bit. I think the level design, the minute-to-minute action, the pacing, and all the little secrets you can find are really nice. I think the perma-progression, the trinket system, the sub-weapons, and the lack of, like, really the transformation in the game's mechanics over time is kind of an issue. I think because the former stuff was really tight, the later stuff isn't a huge deal, but it is one of those games where there's, like, all your upgrades are pretty much just stat-based, which is cool. But if you're expecting like a Zelda thing, it's much more Souls, but with even less kind of like perma shit. I would call this more of a Souls game. It's more about gauntlets and difficult combat and finding little secrets and like getting like little bits of money to upgrade yourself. Not that it being different than what you'd expect is a bad thing or that should matter, right? But I do think there's times where there's this trinket system, which there's like 60 trinkets, where so much of this is so minor, and the game is so geared towards combat, it's really hard to justify a lot of it. Like, I love the air dash, but it's like, I only put it on occasionally, or like the ability to like jump off of somebody's head or slow fall, like, you know, you with the right level design and the right game, like, making all this like build, like centered around buildcraft could make for really interesting different play styles, but I just don't know if outside of per weapon there's really that much like crazy transformative buildcraft. I feel like a lot of it's more like subtle, and so it makes me feel like a lot of the time, and maybe in like a rando or something it feels different, or depending on the weapon, but like I feel like a lot of this could just be perma upgrades. I feel like the sub-weapon system, I don't really use a lot of them because getting them is kind of a pain, and their use case, while being usable, being useful, is just like, it's too much of a pain to even like bother with them. I'd have to like know where they spawn in the world and all that shit. I'm just like, I think a few little tweaks like that would really help the game's feeling of like progression and like impact and stuff when you're finding shit. But still, despite that, I think it's really good just because it's just fun to run around and find shit. All the areas are like really cohesive around their theme, which are fun, right? There's like autumn levels with like harvesters and fucking scarecrows chasing you down and like bayous, and it's got this kind of like Halloween kind of vibe to it. But it's not entirely like generic Halloween stuff. It's like a nice blend, and I think all the music and the enemy types work really well there. So that's a really long fucking way of saying I think it's good, but it's got some caveats. And if you're expecting Zelda, don't. But I don't think it's like a problem with the game. Another old PC game. What are you playing? Sorry, you said that like fucking 10 minutes ago. I'm just ranting. Granted, it was about the game I'm playing. Gotta find some fish. It says there's one more fish here somewhere. Like I said, I feel like it's only gonna be like once I finish the entire quest line. Oh, Star Control 2. I just watched a video on the Star Control series. Star Control 2 seemed really cool. I told myself I wouldn't watch the whole thing because I wanted to play that, but I watched the whole thing. I'll forget most of the lore and shit, but I really liked the, I've talked about it before, but alien creativity. I kind of hate how when aliens are just humanoids, and Star Control was pretty cool, and that everything was a little bit more creative and had like kind of a lore to it. I feel like you don't see as much. Rubber forehead, yeah, that's because of fucking Star Trek. It makes sense in Star Trek to do that because it's, I mean, cheaper. You just get an actor and put some shit on them. But yeah, Star Control 2, like actual ass aliens, right? You know, even stuff like Mass Effect runs into that problem too. There's a few that are like different, but your party members are all humanoids, right? One, because you gotta have sex with them, but like, yeah, I mean, get imaginative, right? You got tentacles and shit, but yeah, because I feel like people connect with that type of alien and they don't want to take those kinds of risks on having like, they want more humanoid guys, right? Like instead of like exploring the idea of like a something more wild on like how this thing's culture even works or thinks, or they take the less ballsy approach and make it like kind of a Hallmark kind of alien, which is fine too, but different speed for sure. Wonder what this last fish here is. Whatever. Let's just move on to the next level. Better for when I'm ranting, just go through some shit. Let's go do the ice level. Yeah, the cheesy VA seems fun. And it seems like they own it pretty well. A lot of those aliens are pretty wacky, right? Like just a goofy little novel concept that's like very over the top. The third game seemed like it had worse and not as fitting of VA work than what I saw. No, I watched like just a video retrospecting them, so I don't know that much deeply. Yeah. They used like live action too, right? Stop motion and puppets and shit. Which looks cute, but also scuffed. Over this. Yeah, that's what I learned about Star Control, was that Toys for Bob was actually a fucking, like, been around for a long fucking time. I didn't know the history on them, and I'd only really started hearing about them when it came to like the Spyro and Crash remake type of shit. Granted, I don't think Toys for Bob did a lot of big stuff for the longest time until then. I'm remembering right, so that might be a lot of why I have that thought. I mean, obviously Toys for Bob is totally different now. Didn't they make a new Star Control or a game inspired by Star Control recently that was supposed to be halfway decent? And then I think the devs of the originals were trying to like crowdfund one too, or... I don't remember the deal there. The Torment Nexus, yeah. If I've missed anything in the chat, you guys feel free to speak. I'm waiting 7 years after the BOTW remake for the theater. Been here already. I've already been part of the way through this because I was looking for water. I should probably get the boots on. I mean, I'll live too, man. How bad could it be, right? I'll probably die to the boss because I don't have the boots on. Literally just ate shit. I don't have the boots on. Nope. The shoe Chad. Yeah, I should put him back on. I don't know what I could cut. Probably the death one. I probably don't need that till the boss. Or the lightning one. Yeah, I would say Silksong is harder. I think this game has a tough start when you haven't explored a lot and you don't have like a feel for a lot of your abilities, and you know, depending on the direction you take, because you could go in different directions and kind of get like a different, you know, difficulty. But at this point, there's still some difficulty, but you can, with the right trinket setups, pretty much face tank a lot of stuff. I would still say the game is like based on being difficult. It is definitely more of like trying to be a Gauntlet, Dark Souls type of thing. Not Gauntlet like the game series, but going through like difficulty gauntlets. It's not like piss easy or something, but the skill versus difficulty of area curve and like your own personal power curve and stuff. I mean, granted, it's gonna be different for everyone. I play a lot of fucking games, so I have more of a loser thing going on. That's gonna change it a bit, but I definitely think it's more simple for sure. Not that it really matters how difficult it is compared to something else, but... I mean, it's harder than any Zelda game. You think Oracle games are harder? I guess, I don't know. I mean, a lot of it does depend on weapon, too. Really? Well, I mean, I guess it's comparable enough then, if you ask. I mean, I guess in like a 2D Zelda, like an old one, I would probably prepare like my potions and stuff for a serious fight. You have a lot more tools to get. There's a higher skill cap in this to get good, to get around stuff, but also the bosses are probably a little bit more crazy. Right, I mean, I've played the Oracle game. I just don't. I didn't think they were too hard. Definitely spicier than any of the other ones. Link to the Past, I guess, was kind of hard too. Zelda 2 is probably the hardest Zelda game, I would say, right? But that's a different kind of game. Yeah, which is good. I mean, they're neat for sure. Not my favorite of the 2D Zeldas. Probably not even in the top ranking. But they are good still. Yeah, I mean, other than the finales, and if you've prepped enough in those games, which you should, because that's fun, and buying potions and shit. Like, if you don't make use of the potion shop, then you're fucked in some of those, but it is the beginning, I suppose, yeah. But that's kind of the thing with any of these. It's the same with this game. It's like, if you like explore more and like pick where you're going, you're gonna get more like power upgrades and stuff. I think in Mina, specifically, you can get way... It's like Elden Ring, you can get way more power than you can in Zelda. Like Zelda, you can get a lot more health and a few like power upgrades and stuff like that, but generally, you're just getting new tech and abilities, which might not help your puzzle solving ability, because it's going to be really like localized and like fine-tuned to each dungeon, and it may not help your combat ability that much, right? And you only have so much movement and stuff in Zelda. In Mina, it's like, you can level all your skills up, you can make choices that fit you more, or that are just better, so you can like, if you're savvy enough, you could like optimize the fucking difficulty out a bit. There's more move tech and combat stuff, so if you get better at mastering that, I mean, you can get past shit. Granted, the base games aren't the same. It's not like Mina's running through a Zelda game, but I don't think the enemies and stuff really keep up as much. But it's not to the level of being unengaging or anything. I don't really care. And I do find the powering up to be a little exciting, so... Yeah, the curve just kind of... I feel like after the first dungeon or two. For me, I think it was when the cloaks got bought. And or when you got Plasma Funnel and Vial Pouch. Oh, I guess I could take off the Valor Medallion for a bit. The only reward I remember caring about was the final fight with the witches or whatever. Yeah, that might have, because I would say I had like a harder time for a while. I would say this game, it's like, there's definitely like a curve that's probably fucked, but I think there's some like specific breakpoints that are maybe larger to blame. Certain vials, like upgrades, stuff like that. Because people in here were like, oh, this game's easier than Zexion. I was like, dude, I was having a way fucking harder time in this game. Or Zexion was like easier than this game or some shit or whatever. Harder than this game. I was like, I don't know. I was having a harder time in this game than fucking Zexion, but Zexion keeps it a bit crazier by the end of it. It's definitely the point is there is like not to talk about Zexion. It's just more that it's that there's a definitely like a turning point. I would liken it to Elden Ring if you want a good comparison, which I think is pretty apt considering this game is it's going really hard for like a Souls type of thing. I don't want to be using this weapon. And it's funny when I get these weapon upgrades, they're like a negative because they swap my weapon out. Yeah, two different skill sets, but more about the idea of having a difficulty curve, right? I would say Mina has a bit more gentle of a curve. Tough start. But yeah, like Zexion's like tough, and then it kind of stays pretty spicy for a while. If you do all your exploring, it's not too bad. You can face tank just like in this. It's pretty rare I die now unless I really fuck up. Green juice, rock, solid. I mean, overall, I would say Zexion isn't really hard. It's definitely like got a bit more tightness to it. And yeah, it does depend on the order you go through shit. Like I don't think I really learned a lot of fights by the end, but you know, even the super boss, like that took like a solid, what, like 30 minutes, right? In the grand scheme of video games, that's not very hard. I think, how do I put it without sounding like a fucking like elitist? I think your average Joe doesn't really actually play like very hard games. And you know, in the grand scheme of video games, there's some pretty crazy ones, and not just like outliers. Like there's entire genres and like realms of like indie games that are much more trying, right? Like that's what I would call like a bit more like, or games designed around like much more heavy hardships and friction. I would say stuff like Zexion and this are just more like a nice level of challenge, but not like, you know, it's the entire idea of the game, right? But it's like Zexion is not like a challenge game. It is not a like, you know, a precision platformer or something like that, you know. I think this one just dips even more there. I mean, it's kind of like Shovel Knight though, right? Like it takes a bit to get used to the vibe, and then you just kind of roll. I think it's a good way of doing it. I think it feels satisfying still in this. As far as the conversation, coming back to what we were talking about before, as far as the conversation of like, is it harder than X? Like, so I don't really think that fucking matters, but people talk about it anyways. Yeah, I'm definitely. Silk Song kept more spicy, longer, for sure. Even if you explored a lot. And I respected them for that. That they were like, hey, we're gonna make a sequel and it's actually gonna like kind of expect you to be like halfway decent at like the first one and then just get good from there. It was cool. I thought it was really satisfying difficulty. More bones. Oh boy. Oh really? His relative shows up with higher prices. That's funny, but also kind of fucked up. Granted, I mean he's not too expensive. It's not like a huge deal. Buddy, can you get the fuck out of the way? Oh, I thought you just said Sea of Stars difficulty for so long. I was like, what? Please God, no. Okay, holy shit. I was like, what sweet fucking hell are you talking about? Okay. I want that 200, but do I really want that 200 now? Yes, I do. So it's on principle, man. Change my shit out. I don't want to reset everything though. I could probably get rid of the lightning just for this one. And put back on the other one. I don't really need the Valor Medallion outside bosses, but I'm afraid I'm gonna like walk on a boss randomly. Yeah, I mean, that's another thing, too, is everybody's got, like, a different skill level, right? Like, I think that's important to the conversation. Like, I wouldn't consider myself a god gamer, but I do play games, like, all the time, right? I'm gonna have, like, a different... And I play those kinds of games plenty. Like, I'm gonna have, like, probably a different viewpoint on it than somebody who's, like... a larger majority of people probably are just, like, you know, they play a decent amount of games a year, and it's like, you know... At the end of the day, I kind of defer more to what the devs just want to do than like how many people it appeals to, because I think that creates more interesting like art and stuff. But I say I like the Silk Song difficulty. You know, maybe it's like a little too much, maybe for like Hollow Knight people, but like I don't know. I think it was fun. I think it was good. And I don't think it's that far off of where you end with Silk or with Hollow Knight anyways. There's more to learn and there's more variance in mechanics, and I think that might be hard for people. It's like this game, I think like not using your sub weapons and shit early is like a recipe for disaster. Where I think in like Silk Song, not learning how to use some of the stuff and just going off of pure Hollow Knight vibes is like, it can be tough for people in the early game. It's like, I get that too, but I don't think it's the fault of the game is what I'm trying to say. And I think it's like a well-crafted difficulty. It doesn't just feel like they're trying to fuck you to fuck you. The only time they do that is in the Bayou fucking swamp pit. And it's pretty fucking obvious about it, right? Like, they're memeing on you. And like, I like it for it. And I still thought it was like fun, right? And I think it's fine to have that. Yeah, which is fine. That's totally fine. There's games for everyone. Not every game needs to have a way for, like, you know, somebody's grandma to be able to beat it, and not every game needs to be balls hard and crazy fucking difficult. It's fine. Like, I don't think it's an issue. Now, I mean, where I care about it is, do I think it's like a, you know, it's fun, or is like a satisfying, like well-executed kind of like difficulty, right? Like, spikes can be interesting, but they could also kind of just be shit, or they test you on the skills that don't matter, right? Like my ability to like stand in a corner and look at a wall, you know, like that's not something I'd want to be tested on. I'd want to be tested on like my combat skills or something, right? Like, I mean, I guess it depends on the game, but you know, that's just a beta scenario. But you know what I mean? Like that would be more shit, right? Like, and even then, it's like, I don't know. I don't think Silk Song had any of that. Like really gimmicky to the point of being just like annoying. Or like bosses that just felt kind of sloppy or didn't stand up to the rest of the stuff, or had like weird spikes that didn't feel like interesting. and then like a huge downturn of like difficulty. Like I mean, not that a steady increase of difficulty is always necessary. You gotta have your like easy moments after hard moments, but you probably don't want your hardest boss in the game to be the mid boss, and then the rest doesn't matter, right? But that's like bad, probably, or at least unless you're doing some experimental shit or something a bit more like counter to the norm, you know, probably not what you're after. For a game like Silksong, it's not trying to be like experimental ballsy, right? Like that's again, you probably don't want like some fucked up. I didn't think Silksong had any of that problem. That's what I'm trying to say. But I do think that's like where you talk about it, because otherwise it's just people bitching, people who play a lot of games bitching versus people who just like hard games, or people who just like easy games, or people who want every game to be for them. On both sides of the fence, right? I think some level of friction and difficulty is necessary. I think that's a big part of games. It can be from story, it can be from ideas, it can be from art styles, it can be from actual gameplay and stuff and reward and shit like that. I think some people are a little too easy to want to like have no friction and just like kind of give up on everything in a game. And it's like, if that's really what you want, you're allowed to do that, right? I would recommend people like try a little bit more on that front. You know, I'm not into like ball crushing games necessarily though. Or if I am, you know, they need to have a certain level of quality for me to really give a fuck. Or tickle me in the right way, I suppose, but... But yeah, so... I don't know. That's kind of my deal. Because I think at the end of the day, it's like all fine. I just don't think people should like push devs to like, if devs want to make like, you know, assist options or different difficulties, that's fine, right? You know. But I don't think when people like dunk on like FromSoft or like say like objectively Silksong is shit because it's a little harder, like it's just kind of like fucked, right? I mean, not that they're gonna like lose a lot of money from, you know, a Steam review or something, but I mean, it does matter for other ones, right? Like Zexion was like a good example. Like, that game's, like, hovering at, like, a 90% on Steam. And you hit that 89, you probably drop in sales, man. And it's, like, most of the bitching is just people getting filtered by the difficulty. And it's, like... I would be okay with that if, like, I felt that there was any, like, ground to stand on there. Like, some people, you know, they just can't get used to, like, certain control schemes right off the bat. Like, that's fine, but, like... I don't know. I don't want to be the skill issue guy, but, like, there is an element of, like... games that, like, if they ask for some upfront friction, are going to be received more poorly. I mean, Silksong did nerf some of the early guys because of that, right? And a lot of those people probably either won't fucking finish or they'll have a more steady curve that they're more okay with. Whatever. Yeah, I got the side badge. Which is pretty secret, all things considered. Yeah, which is fine if they want to do that. And that's a pretty, like I said, I liked the difficulty. Would I be sad that traps do a little less? Like, probably not. Like, I don't think that would like fundamentally change it. So if they want to have it be a little bit more smooth for everyone, especially in the early game, you know, it seems fine, right? Yeah, last judge I did extremely late because I came in from the back. It's like one of the last things I did, probably. So. Well, not one of the last things. Yeah, there's the whole part 3 help. But as far as in the phase 2, I never had the last judge experience that everybody talked about. I did do that run back a few times. Well, that's kind of my thing in these types of games, too. It's like, you know, Metroidvanias, we talked about this in Zexion, Zelda games, like, they have an inherent difficulty, or Dark Souls games, right? Like, they have an inherent difficulty modifier in them. Different builds, going around and exploring, getting stronger by finding, like, different equipment, or, like, health, or level ups. It's like... I feel like if you're not even going to engage with any of that stuff, then I really don't care what you're going to say. I'm totally fine different price skill levels. Like, I don't think everything needs to be made for everybody. generally into a lot of stuff, so I don't run into that too often where I'm just like, this totally isn't for me. But like, I would not blame like the devs for some shit like that. You're gonna bad on the Silksong devs for not making it, you know. And a lot of it, we talked about it during Silksong, is a lot of that's just the hype of the game, right? A lot of people probably don't really care about this kind of game or this kind of stuff. You know, not tourists, but like, you know, that's kind of a way to put it. You know, people who are just like getting in on the hype, who aren't the target audience, are gonna probably be jumping in and like playing this stuff. And like, yeah, it's not for them. It's probably not going to float very well with a lot of them. And like, that's totally fine, but it's like, it's not like a huge surprise that a lot of people would like be crying out about the difficulty, right? It's how many people I was like, oh yeah, I've not really played Hollow Knight, or I just played like 5 minutes of it, and I'm gonna play Silksong, and it's like, okay, right, Silksong, it kind of, like, I'm sure they're fine with people playing it who haven't played Hollow Knight, but like, there's a bit of an expectation of skill level at the start, and I'm like, you're gonna have an issue. That's totally on you, but it's like, it's not like the game's problem. If they want to change some of it, I think there's wiggle room for sure. I would hate to see like a totally destroyed version. I mean, FromSoft did that themselves with Armored Core 6, right? I mean, the first huge difficulty jump in the game required you to really go and figure out builds and think about builds and change shit. And like, you could not just roll with like a shit stomper. Well, I mean, you could, but like, you couldn't just roll with what you had before. And in a way, I liked that because I had played all those Armored Core games before, so I liked the idea of like playing with the builds and like figuring out something that worked and like, you know, getting into the idea of the builds. But they've nerfed them. They nerfed the fuck out of them, so it's like, you don't have to do that. And it's like, I get it because the bosses after tend to, until rarely late game, not be that difficult. So it is a weird difficulty spike. There's a couple like specialty bosses that are tough, but it's one of those where it's like I get why they would change it, right? Like, it is a weird spike. I think it teaches you some stuff, but I don't know if it did such a good job that everybody who was like on the fence about custom making mechs would all of a sudden really get into it and want to change every little thing and make specialty mechs for every mission. And it's like, maybe a little bit. Like I said, it got you a little bit more into it, but I was already primed for that in the first place. I'd been begging for that kind of thing throughout the series, and I felt like it was always a pain point. Like the limitations of like what all you can make and the expectations on what to use and where, right? Like the New Game Plus system makes it so you can really have cool mechs for cool things and 6, and like you kind of have to have it in you to want to like be interested in it in the first place. But you know, it goes both ways. Like, I can like the idea of like a hard Baltius or whatever his name was, but it's like I can kind of get them nerfing it too. It's a big give and a take. At the end of the day, you know, they do what they want. For me, it's more like, I would like if people's bitching didn't like toast any game or anything. You know, I'm sure there's some devs out there who are a little too easily change stuff to the point where maybe it could be bad. But then there's some where it's like they're really receptive and maybe they just make good calls. At the end of the day, it's their game, it's up to them. I don't have to like all of it, but I can definitely be kind of sad about how something might change for the worse. But I think Silksong, so like AC6, it's fine, right? One took a much more light approach, one took a bigger approach. But... oh no, I'll never beat the game now. Oh, what, because Armored Core? You could play the down patch version. Mootown is. They also balance, and this is a weird thing, they balance some stuff for PvP, and it affects the PvE, and I'm kind of weird about that shit. They nerfed a lot of weapons, too. There's a lot of shit stomper weapons in 1.0 that are like shit now. So, in a way, you're just getting kind of a different balance thing entirely. Like the songbirds and all that kind of stuff just aren't really as good anymore. You might try different shit, but they definitely nerfed a boss or something. I mean, if you're interested in making mechs and shit, it shouldn't be like an issue to still make all sorts of stuff, but... I think if anything, Baltius teaches people to go look up a mech and make a shit stomper and then just mindlessly use a shit stomper on everything instead of making their own thing. Because a lot of people will just go look up stuff instead of discovering shit. Because there's a lot of people who make meme videos about Baltius and 1.0 where they just make a shit stomper and then just roll through the rest of the game mindlessly. And I'm like, that kind of sucks because that's kind of the game. And it's like, it sucks to kind of miss the whole point because we're just trying to play it like a, you know, whatever is easy is all that I care about kind of thing. And you could say that about Mina too. It's like, I could just play the stuff I think is more fun, but I don't think it's fun enough to really... And there's so much more that's like kind of tied into like the stat ups in this that I would kind of, I feel like, have less fun just picking the goofy fun shit than like using the stuff that's like effective, right? Because I've been working so long in this game to try to make like an effective setup and gain skill and shit. When it's like Armored Core, it's like, I think there's much more of a range of like build craft, right? Because you're making like different mechs that completely play differently. You know, that's what this doesn't have, is like, you don't play that different outside the weapons, and you're not really swapping on those on the fly, right? Where it's like Armored Core, like, I'm going to swap on the fly because I'm doing like New Game Plus 1 and 2, and I know what's going to work better for these types of missions. In this, I don't think you'd have that as much. It's a weird comparison to have like this versus Armored Core 6, but the idea of like build craft versus like optimization and fun versus like optimization, and I mean fun and optimization can be the same thing, but you know, there's like a pure business build, right? And then there's like a this is just for fun, right? I think stuff like Armored Core, or like fucking, you're willing to, you can kind of get the best of both worlds there, but Casualties Unknown. Yeah, I watched a video on that too. Washington video. The Star Control Casualties Unknown. I'm like, I watched him talk about both of those. So. But that seemed cool. I'm not gonna play a demo for it. I don't really do like demos much, but that one seemed interesting. Like a very frictional, giga difficult game, and that's just kind of like the entire point. I mean, there's games like that, like your Kaizas, which are just like difficult for the sake of difficult, but this one seemed a little bit more like thought out, planned around it. Like, you know, if you like difficult games for the sake of difficult games, that's cool. You know, it's not really my speed. I like something a bit more depth or a bit more like vision to it. Like anybody could just make like a really hard platformer, right? I just put like 20,000 pixels on a screen and you have to jump between them, or I instantly blow you up, right, in a certain order, and you have to guess the order and shit. Like, difficulty doesn't mean anything, right? There's still like a quality to a difficult game, so, or like a vision beyond it. People talk about like Pathologic and shit. I would like to play through those. I still haven't. Or, you know, like Darkwood or something. There's like a difficulty. There's like the stress and the strenuousness of it is like part of the whole deal. There's plenty of games like that. Of course, every game has some kind of friction. Is just a big part of games. There's not any game that has like no friction. I almost brought this up for Silk. I was playing something. I go out how to get OP fast, most OP weapon, easier Rex with a lot of views. Yeah, for sure. And that's what I meant with like the Armored Core, yeah. I mean, that happens with Souls too, right? Somebody tells you how to find the Drake Blade by shooting off the fucking dragon's tail in the very beginning of Dark Souls, right? It's like, I wouldn't balance the game around that. Like, you know, if people find it, they find it. You know, you have like a general expected from playtesting, I imagine, like amount of that kind of stuff like expected to be found, or, you know. I mean, another thing is self-regulation of difficulty too, man. Like, you know, I like the idea of like an intended experience, an intended difficulty, but like, you know, you can choose to like not use clones, or in, you know, Elden Ring, or choose to not do online, or, you know, like, there's a lot of that kind of stuff there, and it's like, I think most people wouldn't be careful enough about that kind of thing, and like, some people will run the risk of like, you know, optimizing or like easing themselves out of like what could have been like a fun deal, but that's also the risk that those kinds of games just have, right? And I think, I imagine like a Miyazaki, I'm just kind of gets that, and it's just like okay with it, right? I mean, clearly because they'll do stuff like Sekiro, which has way less options, and then makes for a, you know, a different kind of difficult creative kind of time, and it's just kind of like a blend, like is it good or bad? It kind of like, where does the player agency start and like the difficulty stop, and when does it really matter if something is easier or not? Yeah, SMT5 at the grind DLC active by default, I think is like a fucking, like, far. Like, that feels like there's no way in fucking hell the devs are like, yeah, we spent all this time figuring out the difficulty, the right amount of friction and levels and difficulty on the boss, and then we're like, yep, we really want, you know, you to just completely invalidate like that. I'm okay with stuff deep in some menus. You know, maybe you say this isn't the intended, but it's like, you can do what you want, right? Like, you know, let people know and then they can make the decision, right? Like I said, there's regulation of difficulty. It's like, if you're like, hey man, I just really want this, and people are like, you know, you really get a good experience if you don't do that, I'd recommend you try it. I think people should give stuff a shot, expand their horizons, see what they like, and if they're just like, fuck it, whatever, like, they're just not gonna do it, or they've tried and they just don't care, like, whatever, you know, what more can you expect from them, right? Like, not everybody's gonna like the same shit. But, like, not even giving people, like, a clue in, like, oh, we put all the Mitama DLC on and SMT5, which just lets you pretty much fucking level max in like 2 seconds. Like, we don't even let you know it's part of it. We don't even let you know it's already on by default. Like, that's crazy, man. Like, you're robbing people of the experience like the devs intended. Or, like, even if they did intend it, like, a good experience anyways. I mean, obviously, the Mitama shit's like a suit thing, right? Like, that's like a corpo fucking meddling kind of thing. I can't imagine like the devs are like, yep. I mean, maybe out of tradition at this point, because 4 Apocalypse had it, but just like, Jesus. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm cool with adjustable difficulties. I mean, have that shit in the game, and then you don't have to have mods to do it. Granted, you could just get mods to do it, but you know, it's nice to have it all in there. I just like the idea of being like, hey, this is kind of the core thing I wanted to do. But I'm cool with all this other stuff if you want it. I'm also cool with the game saying, I ain't got any of that. And that this is the game, you know? I was like, this isn't for everyone. This is exactly how I want it. This is the art I'm trying to fucking put out, or the experience I'm trying to put out. You know, everybody's got a different skill level. Sorry if you know, you're not into this, or if it's not the skill level you want, but it's like, oh, you know, I hope you try, and this is just the game I'm making, that's fine. I think accessibility is different from that, and I've always said that. Some people conflate accessibility with just like, you know, stuff like, you know, difficulty adjustments, and they can be in the same thing, right? I'm cool with the idea of like anybody who just physically can't play a fucking game, like to get the ability to, mentally, physically, whatever, like that kind of shit's a different story, man. But if we're just assuming like, you know, just you know, whatever the fuck, just like your average fucking like gamer bro or something, it's like, you know, I think there's a bit more realm there to be like, you know, not to criticize devs for wanting to just put out like a singular difficulty. It's like when people criticize Silksong or Souls, right? Like, Souls doesn't need an easy mode if they don't want to do an easy mode. It's fine. You know, would it be nice? There's little things in there for people who like can't physically play it. Yeah, you know, I would love like more, you know, ability for people to do that. That would suck, but it's like, you know, some guy who just plays Madden and then he wants to play like Bloodborne or something, and he's like, argh. There should be God mode in every fucking level or something. It's like, you know, like I'm fucking, like, okay, you know, like, they don't have to do that. I mean, if they want to, it's fine, right? And just have that shit in there, but, you know, they might be really serious about like the difficulty and the flow and like the progression of like their fucking friction, right? It's like, you know, like Pathologic is like, why would, like, why would they make a game that even, like, you could just fucking shit blast through, right? Like, it kind of beats the whole point. So it's like, why even bother, right? Like, sure, you can make, like, within the realm of, like, what you find acceptable levels of accessibility for people who just can't play, but it's also, like... And people have a range, right? Like, some people are like, the difficulty's not a huge deal, so I put an easy mode in. I put a hard mode in if you want a little extra. You know, I've got some extra options. You could just, you know, like Doom. They're like, you could just fucking throw, like, a few fucking options in there. Who cares, right? Like, not a huge deal. Like Doom Dark Ages. I didn't really care for that as much, but, you know, they might find that there's a range that they're willing to load on in their game. I just don't like the idea of, like, people being influenced to, like, harm the fucking, like, the difficulty or the intended, like, kind of friction of their games, because when people want to have absolutely zero friction in everything they do. Like I said, I'm not into, like, just ball buster hard games just for the sake of it. I'm not talking about that shit. A lot of people would just conflate people wanting things to not be fucking mindless to, oh, you're like, I just play fucking Kaizo all fucking day and bullet hells. Like, no. Like, not at all, alright? That's a totally fucking different thing. I think it's like a vast misunderstanding of, like, video games to just be like, everything's just, like, fucking better if it was just, like, fucking easy mode by default, or there's, like, less friction or something. And there's certain lines of argument some people bring up that essentially leads you to that, and I think it's just true. All survival crafters I mentioned all have highly adjustable difficulty, and can be made as super easy or super hard as you want. I appreciate that sort of thing. Yeah. I think it's fine to have it in there for sure. Like I said, I think you need to have, like, a knowledge, like, to think about how your actions of changing something will really affect shit. I can't tell you how many times I've played, you beat me, bloody. I did it quite calmly. I can't tell you how many times I've played a survival crafting game with people in multiplayer where they just shoot in infinite resources and, like, fast forward and all this kind of stuff. And, you know, like, Minecraft's a great example, right? People want to build stuff. It's like, oh, I don't want to do all the resource gathering. I just want to do the creative stuff and just build it, and then they just lose interest in, like, a day, right? Like, you need some of the friction sometimes, right? It depends on what you're into. You got to know who you are, what makes you tick. And, like, that's just up to you. That's your experience with it. But it's not the game's problem to a certain extent, right? Like, it's cool to have that stuff, but, like, go in knowing when you're going to open up a fucking, like, cheat engine and then max your fucking Final Fantasy X characters, that you're probably going to have a very different experience with the fucking game. And, like, that's cool, but don't go online and be like, man, Final Fantasy X really fucking sucks. I played it for 5 hours, you know, maxed out, and you're not going to tell anybody that, and then it's like, okay, that's kind of fucking bullshit, right? So that's kind of what I mean. Maybe that's an extreme extra example, but, you know, I have no problem with accessibility, of course. It's just that sometimes those are, like, the same thing to people. And not that people who don't have, like, you know, a problem physically with their body aren't allowed to also have some kind of thing to help them along. Like, I mean, that's what easy modes are for. You know, we've had that forever. You know, something maybe a bit more curated that a dev's like, okay, this is an acceptable maybe thing for a different skill range that still kind of gives some of what we're trying to deliver on. You could argue the, you know, execution of that might be bad, right? Like, you know, there's difficulties that are just like just story or whatever. It's like you don't even play the game anymore. It's like, okay, that kind of the shit one. They're kind of getting robbed of, like, everything, but, you know. But that's a different talk. That's like execution. That's like quality of a difficulty. But, like, you have different difficulty levels. Like, I feel like it's already been solved, right? And I mean, little things here and there, like, I like turning on hold instead of mash. You know, an accessibility option. I've always liked that. Because, you know, fucking rock my wrist for no fucking reason, right? I think it's just lame. It's like, there's shit like that, you know, little things like that, right? But I mean, there's a certain... And I mean, in certain games, mashing's probably actually part of the intent, like a fucking cookie clicker or something. But, like, outside of that shit, I find it a pretty subtle, like, whatever thing, right? People also different levels of chill or not chill. Someone who can get owned by a cop boss a couple times, a dozen times, shrug it off, and then people start to get mad by death number 2. Yeah. Which just means it's not for them, possibly, right? Like, if you're pissed that, like, you lost a single time to something, there's probably a pretty broad range of things that just aren't for you. And I don't think it's fair to expect a dev to be like, okay, every boss has to be one-shottable in my game that's literally about killing bosses. Otherwise, somebody might be pissed. And it's like, you know, you can add something, but like as an artist, as someone who's making like a very particular experience, especially for like some indie games, right? Like some of these people fucking put their house on the line and all that. Like they probably got a fucking thing they want to do, right? I mean, some don't, maybe not that big a deal to them, right? Like I said, they'll just add stuff. That's fine, right? Like in this game, there's all sorts of options, right? They're cool with like having a really wide range of what's allowed, you know? But like, it's like, I mean, it's like, it's okay to not have something be for you. Like, it's fine. There's like millions of games that come out every fucking day, so it's just one of those that's just kind of... The thing is, like, people are still well serviced by stuff that has a range of like, you know, entry points, right? The difficulties and all that stuff. I don't know. Everybody's got something for everybody out there. I just don't think it's like, you know, reviewing Zexion like shit because it was a little hard. And then that guy maybe not being able to make the money to do another fucking game or something. Is like, you're allowed to have any opinion you want, but it kind of just like blows. Or it's like, you know, find the point where it's like it's just not for you, and then find the point where you're just kind of being entitled about every dev should be able to like have every option for you. Like I said, there's certain things that's like I have more sympathy for, like obviously somebody who just can't physically play something. Yeah, exactly. Like somebody literally said that about this game, right? You're like psycho if you have fall damage for pits, and I'm like, they have that option in there for you to get rid of it, but it's like, Jesus Christ, that's like most of the fucking damage, right? Like that's a very different experience. They're like, that's fine, you're allowed to have that experience, but like, you should know going in, that's probably gonna be pretty fucking different from what they expected, right? Like, I'm sure they thought pretty fucking hard about the amount of pits and the amount of fucking damage you'd be taking from it, right? I mean, maybe they've figured that out in a weird way. You know? Like, maybe they're so used to their game that they're so used to pits that they don't see that actually, oh, this is way harder than I wanted, right? Like, we're too used to it. Like we intended this to be like a nice challenge that a lot of people could play, but not like everyone. And then they accidentally made it like way too hard because they didn't see the forest from the trees. That's where playtesting's supposed to come in. That's where patches can come in, you know. I'd like to think stuff like Silicon is maybe them kind of seeing that. It could be just them getting overly influenced by people who maybe aren't as invested, but I mean, you know, it's, you know, whatever. Who's to say? I'm not the dev, so I've never been a game dev, so take what I say. Yeah. Much more industry knowledgeable people, pure consumer. I think some folks weirdly see being bad against prototyping with no one bringing it up. Yeah, I think so too. I mean, that kind of goes with anything. People who can't take criticism, people who can't discuss things that they don't agree with in like a civil way. Like, not like somebody disagrees with me. Yeah, you could get a little hot on it, depending on how people say it, but I don't immediately think like people hate me or like I hate them. Like, you know, it can sound maybe a little bit more like frictional because you are disagreeing with someone, and people will do it in here all the time, but it's like, that's fine. So, yeah, some people just like are extremely, like, any level of like friction in their life, be it social or something, is like a personal thing, right? Like, I've known people personally that way. You say anything against them, you say anything to correct them, you say anything they slightly don't like, and they're like really offended. And that's just like, that's not a good way to live, dog. And I'm not saying that everybody who complains about difficulty in the game is that way, but there are like, yeah, like, that's like, you know, are you supposed to make a, you know, I mean, people make games for people who don't want any hardship at all, right? That's totally fine. But like, yeah, somebody who's like personally attacked by like one failure in a game, it's like, No, like you don't have to make a game for video. You don't have to make a game for anybody. You do it. I mean, a lot of best games are just made for them themselves. But like I don't think there's a lot of water to carry there, right? Like that's a very niche person, right? Just like with any kind of game, you know. Yep. And a mini boss. Yeah, and like I said, that kind of shit's like a different story. No, there's more of these. What the fuck? Oh shit, I don't even know. I'm not trying to sound elitist. I'm not trying to like say like, you know, people shouldn't, you know, there shouldn't be difficulties. There shouldn't be different kinds of like, you know, modifiers on a game. Don't get me the wrong way if anybody's hearing that. I'm just saying there's certain kinds of experiences that can only be had. And friction in a game is like a huge part of it, like of what a game is. So it's like, I think that's a very important thing, and some people treat it very flippantly, like it's doesn't matter at all. When even in the most basic of game, there's some level of effort you have to put in, and I think the balance of that is like one of the most important parts of games. Like the doing is like what video games are, right? So it's like, I think treating it like it's like non-existent, or like that every dev or something should like adhere to like a very specific range of like, you know, something, or there should be like shat on for like, you know, for like certain approaches to difficulty. I think it's just crazed. But I think the problem is this kind of conversation can lead to people like you're talking about who like personally attack everything. Like everything should be made for me. I should be able to do anything I want, and it's like a personal failing, or you know, a slight if I can't. Like, no, man. There's plenty of shit that, you know, even I won't play, or like I'm not interested in, or like certain difficulties I don't like, or you know, trends I don't like that I don't think are like objectively like a problem. I just, you know, I'm just not into them, right? It's just like personal taste that's built up over fucking eons or some shit. Am I supposed to throw these at those? I was just blowing them up so I could get the money. I stopped watching a guy play FF14 because he's slightly harder than MSQ, got him all bent out of shape. I'm explaining this weird trauma in his mind that the devs are putting together gotcha mechanics purely to laugh at players like this fiction stuff. Oh yeah, I mean, I was literally reading Zexion reviews, and it was like full of that shit, right? Like people are creating like fucking conspiracy theories. You know, they were like, oh, this dev, I don't know if they're just fucking lazy or if they don't give a shit. They clearly didn't put in a lot of effort. It's like, then the dev responds, he's like, I made this solo for 13 years. It's like, you know, it's like, of course, like, all the people, like, these people are fucking thinking about this shit. That's like, you know, people just make up shit that makes them more comfortable, that makes they'll change their worldview. They'll change the world around them and their view to, and I think this has gotten, not to get political or anything, I think this has gotten like way more widespread in general, and I think you can blame like algorithms and all sorts of other frictionless fucking culture shit for it, but like the idea that you could just change the fucking world around you, your view of the world around you to fit like what's essentially like a fucking conspiracy, because it just makes you more comfortable. It's like too inconvenient or too uncomfy to like fucking, you know, say that, hey, they suck, and maybe, or I just am not like into this, you know, and just accept that some things are not for you, some things you're gonna have to like go through some adversity to get, or that you have like a personal failing of fucking, you know, anything, you know, call it morality, ethics, skill, or whatever the fuck. But like some people don't want to look at that. They don't want to look inwards at that. Alright, even the people who really think about that kind of shit a lot are still not going to be like amazing with that. Everybody's got their pride, but like, I feel like you just see that kind of shit more and more these days, and especially stuff, yeah, like you're talking about, like these bizarro like conspiracies of like. I feel like I have to reload this thing. Yeah, it couldn't be that like I suck or that something isn't made for me, like I'm the main character. It has to be that, you know, it's made in a wrong way. And I find myself having to be careful because like I'll sit here and like I'll criticize and bitch a lot, and it's like, you know, I'll always find myself asking like, you know, am I just being like this like fucking elitist, like holier than thou, like, you know, am I, you know, is it like a personal thing on some of this stuff, or do I really think there is like an issue? And it's like, you know, that's why I'll like try to like back up what I say if I can, and not just like reach for like some straw man or have some kind of foundation, and then realize what's not like an actual fucking argument and what's not a problem, what's just like a taste thing. That's like, oh, you're good? Nice. Well, I'm sure you're gonna review it a few times still. Well, I don't know, it's just, it's something I try to be careful of too. Am I supposed to throw these inside? I must. Is this everything here? Am I like missing something? I mean, I figure it's just the money, but the money was like super easy. Yeah, for sure. It's one of those things, I mean, it makes sense, right? Like, it's really hard to look at yourself and be like, fucking hell, man, you know? Like, shut the fuck up. What the hell am I fucking talking about? That kind of shit. It's uncomfortable, man. It can suck. I mean, like, I don't think anybody is like immune to it, right? There's, you know, some people might be really good at like, you know, looking inwards and being critical, but they have their moment, their places where that's not allowed. That's the sanctuary, right? Like, you know, maybe for some people it's their game skill or some shit. You know, they're okay with getting criticized about like, you know, fucking anime take, but not the game skill. That's different, right? You know, it's like everybody's got shit like that, right? And obviously with more extreme stuff, like. I won't get into it, you know. I just think it's like a natural thing, but some people, it can like encompass their entire fucking personality, and I think that just sucks, man. You miss out on so many experiences, you're more high-strung and anxious, and so many kinds of conversations you could only have that have like a little friction and a greater understanding of things, right? Like, to reshape the world into a more comfortable viewpoint because it makes you, like, you know, feel small or something. I don't think you just end up in this warped view of the world that sometimes can just crash down, right? Like, you believe in so many fucking conspiracies that to be able to fucking like come back and see the light, you have to essentially have a fucking mental breakdown because everything rides on like this like fucking tangled web of conspiracies and shit like that. I don't think a lot of the algorithmic shit on these days helps. You can just stay in your fucking bubbles for time immemorial, right? And you just get that kind. That's like the extreme side of it, but it's like It's similar when you get into like smaller shit. Like somebody being too prideful in like a fucking game, and it's like, oh, they can't blame themselves. Blame something else. Blame the man. Blame the, you know, a group of people, or blame fucking, you know, the devs, or blame fucking whatever the fuck. I mean, not that there's not somebody to blame sometimes, right? I mean, not everything's fucking, you don't need to be so hypercritical that you're like your own fucking worst enemy, but it's like, I think having like some semblance of like even awareness of that kind of thing, I think it's good. I'm rambling. Apologies. Anything off to the side here? I don't think so. Is there any secrets on the way up here though? Yeah, I just find that kind of short-sightedness to it just makes you fucking unhappy, and it lowers the range of like experiences and like fun and like, you know, how rounded of a person you can be, which lets you like deal with adversity and deal with uncomfortable things like much easier. Like that's kind of the crux of it. It's like it's not really good to be like someone like that. Like it just, you're always gonna be sad, you're always gonna be pissed, you're always gonna blame somebody else, and when the chips finally come down and like it is you, it's like, well, what then, right? Like, what the fuck are we doing here? It's like you can't live in like a made up world forever, though, right? Thanks. Thanks, bub. I got some adversity for you right out of here, motherfucker. I feel like there were secrets here with this. Holy! The longest of lads. I bet they just got him sitting here numb. I don't sound like self-important. All this shit. Got it all figured out, man. But, man, whatever. I don't have to feel bad about talking about shit. I guess that's the other, just being a little too, I guess you could have confidence issues, being a little too unsure of yourself. What do they always say? Like, the more you know about something, the more you realize you don't know fucking anything. That kind of deal. What is it? I know old CPR techniques, but they don't even do the mouth-to-mouth anymore, right? I was gonna fucking start choking and then have to go to the mouth on me, but I don't think they do anymore, bros. Oh, they do? Okay. Is that like an old wives' tale, but they don't? Ooh. Did you learn? What did they teach you? I'm sure the compression techniques are always there, but... Oh, okay. Not like... just today. Yeah, I don't know the range that I've heard about that kind of thing. Oh! You like a 500. That's more than some fucking full upgrades give you, or full bone dust give you. Granted, we're in a later zone, but I have not been looking very carefully because I'm ranting too much. Hopefully I've not missed anything really juicy. This train stuff sounds like it could make for a cool boss. I figured that was a mid-boss. If we're talking about this train conductor shit. I got this. And as far as being chill, man, I don't know. I'll find myself sometimes getting pissy at something when I really shouldn't be. But I don't know. To give myself an excuse. Everybody's got moments like that too. God knows, I'll get a little pissy here and there for a game. Catch myself trying to find excuses for being pissy. I mean, sometimes it depends. There are just certain things that just will be more annoying for me. Because there's some games where like I can just get cream corn for like 10 years and it's just fun, but there's some games if the mechanics don't sit quite right with me, that adversity can be less fun than I'd like. And I realize where the personal taste on that stops and where like, you know, not that there's always a fundamental, you know, this is good or bad thing. Where certain criticisms start and stop. It's a sneaky area. He's back. Bone up. Ooh. What's he looking about? What's wrong with this guy? Somebody put a muzzle on this motherfucker. Wait, did I fish in that one area? I think I did, right? I'm at 15, 16. I can ditch. Drive 30 minutes Thursday morning and then turn around and drive to work probably. Oh, is this CPR thing something you have to go to? They're not coming to you? The hell is trying an Indian place without me? I wanted to try an Indian place. Tried another Mediterranean place today, it was good. I'll go with my brother to get an Indian place out here. We tried other stuff, okay. Nothing is sacred, bro. Not leaving anything in the tank, bro. I mean, I've had Indian food before. Sounds good though. You gonna sit down or do they do like takeout or something? It's your little city. Oh, okay. That'd be cool. Maybe a place you can if you're dying, order takeout and pick it up during lunch or something. I don't know if you have that kind of time at lunch. Everybody's kind of different. Since I just clock out, I got as much lunchtime as I need. Sounds tasty though. I could go with you. We'll see. What's my brother's up to tomorrow? Like, I thought the maintenance guy was supposed to be coming tomorrow to check out the fucking attic again, or the crawl space again. But he came again today after my brother left, so maybe he's just not. I mean, I guess he doesn't need us. I might just go get some food with my brother. I mean, I don't know, they have any food here. So do something. Oh, for me, thanks. You're gonna hold on to it just for me? That's Bob. I do like some king smoothie, man. Get me some tomorrow too. Spent too much money. I'm gonna start watching the cows again too. Oh yeah? Anything catch your eye? I like the Carrot Bean one. Damn, that's crazy. How many ounces is that? Damn, 44 ounces? I might try that one, see if it's tasty. I get the Angel Food Slim, which probably doesn't have any protein really. It's 440. That's pretty damn tasty. Oh, you can pick whatever. Does the different mix-ins change the calculation? Yeah, 270 is pretty good. Yeah, right. That makes sense. I mean, King Smoothie is like a fitness thing as much as anything. You pay for it, but 44 ounces for a smoothie. Pretty big, so. King Smoothie for 44 ounces is usually like $8 to $10, sometimes more. It's not something you get every day, for sure. But 44 ounces is pretty good. I've got some places out here that are like fancy smoothie places that are like half that for a pretty similar price. Yeah, I get one every few weeks, if that. Sometimes monthly. I mean, I've been known to get one a week, but it just depends on what we're feeling. If we're going out for a while, you know, I bought one meal, he bought another meal, you know, sometimes trade off. One of my few splurges. Probably not get coffee and get that. The real winner is just make shit at home. I need to try that emulsifier or whatever the fuck it is. My blender broke when I was making smoothies. Yeah. They're this kind of smoothies I think people have as like a meal. Big boy smoothie. I could usually sip on it for like a day. Half a day, depending on what it is. King Smoothie's a pretty big chain, I think. We have a rainforest one. That's not too bad, but the sizes are good. And another one that I'm not gonna name from the fucking docs me. It's pretty close. That I looked those up and they're like $15 and they're like smaller. They're like Zimbabwe chocolate and all that kind of shit in it, right? That kind of fancy place. I'm like, all right, bro, that ain't for me, man. That's way too much, bro. I'm a very poor lad. I have a very cheap place I go to eat if I want to eat out, and then occasionally I'll offset that with like a fucking beer or some other drinks. Or that's kind of my limit as far as splurging goes, man. I cannot be doing no like exotic ingredients shit. I'm sure it's really tasty, but fuck am I? Fall damage fight, man. cute fight. Can't just spam on it either. You got a little bit more uptime. Problems. It's windy. These, that one's worth going back for. This seems like a pretty low money one. High money is this one with like a lot of dudes you can kill. I don't know if you can kill really these swords. Maybe you can actually. Yeah, bounce them off everything. I feel like these are like more cool of a spectacle than I actually find them fun. I think because they're just so infrequent, it's not really a big deal. They're kind of like annoying sometimes. I think it's because of how little you can see and how sometimes you have to like run the entire fucking thing. They try to help you along there a little bit by like showing you where the boosters are, and I guess if you like fully focus on it, it's usually not an issue. But not really like hard or anything. It's just I don't think they're like super entertaining either. There's a lot of that where she's like auto running up, and you just kind of keep getting stuck in like a loop, or you need to like walk back a bit. It doesn't control exactly like the rest of the game, man. Those drop money, I didn't even know that. I'm just usually like moving on from them. You think it would like auto loot it then. Like I miss those skulls every time. You're supposed to be going forwards, not backwards. So. We got a little payout. Not bad. More than I thought. The skulls helped. I missed those and all the other ones. Note from guy. Is everybody gonna be a good guy with differing views? Somebody gonna be like, I'm actually really evil. They all have evil stamps. Doing a bit of thinking. Twiddling. Mina, full of character. She's not. That's okay, guys. We missed a loot. Not surprised. Honestly, I've got more than I thought. We got a key here. Which is probably... does that count the wall outside of 06? Probably is. Got a key in there, got a thingy in there, got a thingy in there, thingy in there. Two thingies. These are all finished. We're gonna go do the fish. Don't know on these. Not too bad. Southern outskirts, we got some food. That might be the wall. Yeah. A different wall. Train. We'll need to bring that, snowball that guy. Free land. The snowball guy, I'm worried about that, man. Oh, okay, this guy didn't die. That's funny. My coffin, bitch. Get the fuck out. I got the rights, bro. Out of curiosity, can you even get a snowball to take to this? I don't think you can. Okay, on a scale of 1 to the most annoying thing you've ever fucking done in your life, how bad is the snowball shit goes? I can't think of many games where I have to... No, is it pretty easy? Okay. No, yeah, I've never traveled that far. I guess you could do it with that. Again down here. Is it just the suction section? Oh yeah, that's true. That is a thought you could have. I mean, yeah, I could see getting stun locked by that. I would say that, I mean, it definitely would still attempt to walk into the mirror still, but I get the mentality, and I think you can just make them look different. It'd be fine. Yeah, it is that one scholar guy, so... How the fuck do I get out here, bros? Do I have to have, like, the fucking train out here? The train's always here, right? My greatest weapon. It's over. Oh, you can buy a ticket and they'll just leave without you? I didn't even know that. I wonder if every place has shit behind the train then. I mean, the autumn place did. Because they gave that to me. Expand your mind. Your essence. How far down do the snowballs spawn goes? Pretty far down. The Raging Bomber. Trauma. Which guy exactly was the Raging Bomber? It's like at the tip of my fucking tongue, man. I just saw it. Oh. yeah, of course. Oh god, I didn't even need to look it up. That chick. Jesus Christ. There's so much that goes on in that, I almost forgotten about her. With the crazy eyes and shit. Yeah, where they had the whole fucking... Like, it doesn't end with her, so I was just like, you almost just forget about it. Even though that's like her fucking Moriarty or whatever the fuck. Naomi doesn't even mention her in the finale, right? After the surgery and all that. So clear the way here. me remember it as well as I did, I guess. There's still quite a few jumps to make here. Well, I feel like once you get here, you're... Like, you can't jump down the thing. Where the fuck do you go? You can't jump down these, right? Oh, I see. Yes, this. Better place to fall down into. Kill these guys just in case. Okay, then you end up in town. Could be free. Can I take the train and it won't reset everything? Anybody have that knowledge? Can I even get out the west door? Yeah, probably. Without climbing? Alright, staircase over here. No. You can't go in any doors. Okay. Yeah, I was almost gonna walk away when I got to the staircase. I'm like, wait, there's one guy. I know. I'm not even gonna risk it. Well, fuck it. Science. I'll gamble. Like, she does rest when she's on the train, but I don't think it's that kind of rest. I'll know when we get down here. unnecessarily risky. We're gonna throw a little pizzazz on it. Oh! Oh! I forgot about the other one, bros. I knew this part would be the hardest. Problem is you gotta restart the whole thing now. I should have saved. Because now there's no more balls of snow. There's only that one word. Oh Lord. Oh wait, they put it back, bro. Oh, the gods, they know. You can't, can you get the ones from the suction area? I figure you lose it when the suction happens. Where you fall in the holes? That's interesting, it's just always here. That's good. So you don't have to keep re-clearing. I'm getting a little too free bally with it. Now that I know it respawns. Take it one step at a time, one step. Oh my god. Thought I'd dodge it, man. Speedrun. Okay. The worst is over. It doesn't seem too bad. Being able to clear your head is good. To even slow down for a second, you're good. As long as these people can't knock you down or something, that'd be crazy. You know, like the Hollow Knight ones, where you take the thing all the way across the map. Can't believe they made that a whole fucking mechanic, man. I was like, you think I'm really gonna do every single one of these, bro? Fuck that. I'll do a few. For unique shit. The deliveries. I'll just throw it at him. Yep. Of course, he looks like Scrooge. Or fucking what's his name? Hates Christmas forever. Enjoy your snowball, brother. Dead. Try this in every area, man. It's cute. Let's see one here. We do have one more fishing thing here, I guess. I'm hoping we just talk to the guy and he's like save his brother or some shit. Old Thalassie. Okay, there is a. Oh yeah, I forgot about this. What the fuck was this? Well, he says the island just over yonder. Does he mean the fucking... the fucking, yacht club one? What does he mean over here? So what have I not discovered on this side? That would make sense why the Yacht Club Island exists. This room sucks to get to. I am. That's what he told me. The fishing rod has a hidden feature. I activate these things from afar. He said I was good, yeah. He told me about old Thalassie or whatever. Oh my god. Grappling hook on this shit? It's actually the secret best sub-weapon. Crazy. Is there any like fishing mechanics on this guy? I thought I'd throw the rod at him, would be cool. We saved him. Thanks, pal. I guess his brother's gonna be the one who gives me a little something. The guy said he found another one. It's because the model's gonna... They're gonna like fucking have one without fucking fishing rod. I was gonna say, where's the thing, man? I like the little jump scare shit posts with in this game. The boogeyman and the joke guy and this fucking thing. Once you cast farther, like a crazy jump that I can use on this. They're just not gonna see each other. That's funny. Oh, his brother, his poor brother. On the other side. Fishing in the great blue beyond. The room to his right. I wonder if there's any weird grappling shit you can do with this then. Quite shivers. Quite interesting. Lock 2 more and then I can start selling these. Well, probably both in the finale zone. There we go. Guess I'll go do all the cleanup then. Might as well do it now. Says the skull will flash red when there's a collectible nearby. Specifically in this room. They don't count purchasables, do they? Okay. Interesting. Interesting indeed. Do I need to come in here with a fucking hammer to show off to this guy? Do I have to upgrade the hammer? Can I beat the shit out of this guy? Alright. Oh, you gotta pick it up. And I just bought the upgrade shit. Hopefully it's still there. I don't use these. I don't have my thing on either. I really don't want to be using this. Yeah, he's probably supposed to be like a sponge, but... Was it even hurting him? Maybe that like smelts them, like melts them up or something. Maybe he just doesn't take damage unless he's hot. That's probably what it is. I can't tell where the my fucking gear and then his oh yeah. Like where? Because I've never used a hammer before, so I'm like, is this just like what the hammer does, or is this guy just like this hard? Yeah, he has like a mechanic that weaken it. Oh, so this is what happened. They just weren't gonna give it to me till I beat him. I thought I just missed and had to pay again. I was like, what the fuck? The hammer's horrible. Then I realized that had nothing to do with it. Why does it do no damage? Is this guy that juiced? What is this guy talking about twin bumpers, bro? I killed him. Yep. See, asshole. I thought we were gonna get like special weapon upgrades or get like one big fucking huge change, man. I want to get my sidearm upgraded before I buy more crap. Because this won't tell you the entrance to shit. That's what I need, bro. Oh, really? Let me go take a peek. Shit just opens up once we do like a certain amount of dungeons. I could have done a frame 1. Oh, I gotta like fucking hammer it? I doubt the distraction. To frame 1. I wouldn't have a hammer for frame 1. Oh, okay, yeah. It's funny. Like I tried attacking at some point, I guess not. Or I just didn't notice when I did. Okay, they're not trapped here. They just let them stay there out of the kindness of their hearts. A generous discount. You're sold out. How about some cash back? I have to assume this is like final dungeon shit. Well, I don't really know how we get up there. Going dungeon mode. Going out. What does the blue mean? Blue mean there's one kinda close by? Or it's like indoors? Or is it literally point me to like exactly how close I am on the screen? Connected it. Okay, that's fine. Oh, okay. They count all that. That's true. What does it mean? One sec. I'm eating the rest of your Snyder's. You jealous? He is. Mm-hmm. Yeah, his dick's gotten pretty. I'm gonna try this before. I'm fine. Yeah. I'm looking for the entrance, bro. You know. The entrance? The secret area? Yeah, that's what I'm trying to find. Am I knocking? What the? Brain empty only Snyders. Yummy. Jalapeno. Those are pretty good. I've only had the normal hot and the honey ones. Like I said. I mean, I've ridden this thing out before. It didn't do anything. Unless you have to be like on it when you do it like this, like digging. And I've gone inside before too. Then in here. Not connected to. With all the people eating her or mind controlling her or telling her how pretty their appendages are and falling around. Oh, club, you sick bots. Embarrassing, what the hell? Thought he hit the wall last time. I guess we never got this close. Thought that was a wall he couldn't pass, man. Who is the NPC back here? Sometimes you can see him. Come on back, man. We can send me only one. However you like, man. Well, without the scalpel or anything. It's busy. Closing in, man. Guess we could go clean up shop, or at least start. There's a key in the heath. And in the mourners. Queensbury Crypt, there's just like loot. Always to the east. I've gone to the top of this. I don't know if there's anything past it, but... Not even seeing any connecting tissue. And yet there's a key. I'm curious. You find there to be issue with society and yet you live in one. I'm curious. This is a totally different thing. I don't want to go back up this shit. Fucking need to like check. And yeah, you partake in such an arrangement. Curious. Might be this loot right there. Oh, we're in the crypt again. Oh, we're meant to be. This just leads to the other side of this cave, man. It's not really a thing. Jesus, the bounce, man. Strain. Bite. Get up there. Is that the end of the crypt or what, man? Not the end. And I have stuff to get in the crypt too, I suppose. It's unlikely it's anything this deep in though. You desire public transportation and yet you drive a car? Curious. Mourners again here. Try to find the key missing here. wonder if there'd be a connection here. Oh, there it is. Missed it in all the chaos. Walk up it. This area's done. Return to the crypt. Gotta run through rooms. Where, oh, where are you? Oh. Thanks for this. Are you using tilt controls by chance? Does it count this as a link? Probably does. I mean, yeah, there could be all sorts of shit. I mean, the one on this screen is probably the guy's blistering ball sack or whatever. Barnum and Bailey gamers. The clowns. Where's tools? Is it just sensing this fucking bestium thing through the fucking mirror? No. There's something else here. Or that it doesn't sense things through the mirror at all. So this guy's gotta have something for all the beasts. Just equip them all? Thought there was more than 5 though. Oh wait, I have 6. I'm missing one. Secrety. I'll take the brand. Get this brand over. How did we just bounce off that? Please do better. Who's in there? They bounce off with the brain, man. Oh, the big brainy. beast, too. Beast Mina. Jesus. That's cool. Can you just not heal though when you're in this form? Oh. Deal damage to you. That's kind of slick. How good is this form? Thought you turned back in normal Mina just for a second. Expensive though. We'll fuck around with it for a little bit. No, we still have to finish up in the the crypt. Oh, the Queensbury Crypt. in this place. Remember how we got here? I think this is from the ice location. I honestly feel like that too. I want the area right before this. Back up this way then. The face is tanked. It was tied to him. What the hell? I was lied to. Sick fucker. You're a sick bastard is what you are. Some bitch, some will call you. Oh, see, blood. I have a combo meter? A bloodlust? Where the hell is this? The very beginning? Ball zone? The 10? The what? This thing feels pretty strong, man. The what? These unique animations. Let's see if we can drop into the water over here. Doesn't look like it. How do I get up to this? You come out of there. From where? I don't remember. This water here? This little platform? Must have been how I got up here originally. Surely. And it wasn't this. How did I get there originally? Water down here? Try that again. Been a long fucking time, man. Oh, that's exactly it. Where's this key here, man? Really, it's not hidden at the top of Buckley's bluff, man. Fuck up. Would have to be 2 rooms deep past this though. Super unlikely. This part was like one of the shittiest parts in the game, man. Right, if it's up there, you can just tell me. I'm not fucking with that one. Unnecessarily. I can get health off the bushes. Where's this shit? The hell, man? I'm just walking the same few places over and over. Key in the grassland. Doing some scripted shit. The guy wants to fight you, is it? The same. Maybe. And? Oh, guess he's completely lost it. Guess he's not of sound mind. And? Oh yeah. An NPC hands. Remember, was it like a waterfall thing? It would be linked then, surely, unless it's within another one. Now it is. Well, let me find the crypt one. Go back. Hoping it's off the front here. In this room. Might have been, you have to dig up a grave or some shit. I just didn't notice it. Huge output. Fucking Altered Beast shoulder charger. There's that old comic. The guy's lifting at the gym and then he keeps getting stronger and then he turns into the Altered Beast guy. And then he shoulder charges through the whole fucking gym. Blowing up everything. The kids still know Altered Beast, right? Guys? Fellow kids. You fake fuck. True. I've only played the original. Come say that to my face, bro. You phony fuck. You right, you right. You sick fuck. Hopefully it's not this grotto. I don't know what NPC you're talking about. The NPC him from eons ago and I just forgot about it. The bridge. Maybe I did go there a long time ago then. Like I would have tried the end of the bridge, or I thought about it and then I just never got back to it. Every time I'm on the screen I ate ass, man. Doesn't help my hitbox is bigger now, but... No, never been here. Let me see. You could do the Michael Jackson zombie thing. What? Walk in place. Some of these are probably references. This is the only one I recognize. The Thriller Walk. That's pretty good. Soul. Alright. Next. Bone Beach. There's some money in Bone Beach. I don't know if they even will show a star if you have everything until they're able to have a star shown. Probably not. Let's go to September. I have a lot of money. Spend some, but I kind of want to get the sub weapons built in. I wonder if any of what I use counts as a sub weapon for damage on beast mode. Feeling like a Game Boy when she's in the fucking beast mode leveling up. We do a bit of gaming. Okay, it's still draining. I wonder. If you could go spend it before I finish draining and cheat some money. The perma upgrades are all done. 5 more trinkets. Closing in on this shit too. Hello, fellow humans, or beast folk. It's me, one of you. I feel like these are all gonna be like at the very end or something. Let's see, that'd be cool, huh? Yep. No soul bros. They suck the soul right out of it. We'll start rocking. I feel like they're all gonna be at the end during all the crazy chases. We've got this one down there. Probably just a one-off anyways. I check just in case though. Can we get back this way? Let's click and heal off random shit. Stealth killer, man. One link to here. Back over yonder. No. One more. And the wind pushes you when you're digging under fucking ground, bro. What are you fucking talking about, brother? What are you saying? The heal don't do much, does it? Only if you got some yellow. Even then it doesn't actually. Still. That's the price you pay for the lifesteal, or the whatever you want to call it. Make sure you beat up your bushes though. Only counts if you strike, though, not if you dig through the ground. Grove Town. practice that to see if it's any good. Oh, you can pick these guys up? I don't know that. They're just chilling, man. What's up, brother? Yeah, you grabbed me, man. What of it? Jesus, really? Some of these war packs are fucking crazy as shit, man. There's not even any, like, skill in this room. Just go back, man. I can go without them again. I haven't seen this shit pop. It's like a fucking secret within a secret, man. Or is it at the very end? Like, we're pretty much there, man. Not been many places I haven't checked, man. I'll have to go through this place again because they did the secret within a secret thing. Then you have to check every fucking secret anyways. Looking like it. Rhoda! Rhoda! Unless it counts the sewer. Right. Oh my god, it does. It's probably just like through one of these pipes though. I guess the quickest way through here is just going through it. Cool. Okay. I think we're officially cleaned up on everything on the checklist at least. I want to keep using the beast mode. Like, it's fun, it's good. And it's got all sorts of kit. It's got ranged, it's got big combos, it's got a couple different combo modifiers, but your heals don't really matter. All your other talismans don't really matter. You find as like just a mode you could be in. I mean, it's got a good set of stuff, but I mean, once you start taking too much damage, it's hard to come back. You have to keep up on the offensive. With the daggers, I can just fucking daze, man. I can play them for a bit. I can play this for a bit. Oh wait, I'm not fucking done yet. Phone Beach. Could just do it later. Or I could get it done with, I guess. Get her done. I can't believe this dude let his fucking mud eat him. Go this way and see if something pops along the path. It's like walking over them all. What's connected to this? Just one of the tents? Yeah, probably. After I found the first tent, I was like, oh, I should go check the other tents. And I forgot there was some this far back. This will be nice and easy. I'm only missing one. I can like get down from here? Okay. Oh, I always thought this would blow up. I just never even tried. Wasn't it though? Use. Do I have to do a jump over them? After. How would I be able to get past those without some kind of jump? Unless that guy's axe can break them or something. Or if that has nothing to do with it. Why would they block the path otherwise though? It must be that. And usually you have to bounce over them. Thing. Unless it's just literally in the next room just chilling. Doesn't always mean it's a secret, I suppose. Yeah. Okay. This guy's place. It's probably one of those dig spots. I know how to get over there. I just must have never done it. At least, I thought I did. You gotta do the bounce. Well, I thought you could combo with her. Didn't fully understand the bounce thing at this point when we came in here. Herein lies the problem with the beast mode. I'm in this position. Very much to be doing. Alright. Now we're good. Time is it? We could do more. Or I start falling down. Do both of these tomorrow. I'm sure the manor will be something too. And the rest of the cleanup. Finish up and chat about it. I'd like to buy the rest of the stuff too. One more big upgrade that I'd want to buy. The rest of the weapons. And we'll see what that one guy gives me for other shit. Other than that, it's just weapons. Let's at least get back to town. I'm fucking here. Won't be here either. Pretty good range and approach there, man. Width and cap close. Oh, 06. Curious for how much the guy's gonna buy the keys for or whatever he's gonna do. I mean, if you buy the keys from this guy, then don't you end up probably not making much money? Who knows? You save time, my brothers. Oh no. I'm sure this next place ain't short. I mean, I wonder how big the finale is. I'm sure I've missed a couple things in town. Why not get any secrets there? How do we get some? Oh, they didn't. There's no mirror for the beast form. That would have took resources. Probably too many. I get you. Would have been a soul thing for sure, but again, I want to go that game. I mean, I guess I could get started. Falls all the way down here. I see. So this is what you were fooling with, Godom? You think I could just like climb this without doing the platforming or something, maybe? No, I haven't done this area. This is my first step in. Of course. Oh, Lionel, I thought I could trust you. The secret research lab. We don't need to go against the grain every fucking time, yeah. guess we could just do this one, whatever. I don't have to jump back over here. I guess if I want to stop early, since this is like, got wings, I could just do that. Did it say there was loot connected to this? Oh, there might be a secret in here then. Keep an eye out. If that was a secret, I'd be in some weird shit like this. Music seems cool. Oh no, it's because it's the other room. That main room's technically got something, but I mean, it's like a hub. Of course it's got stuff. Need to walk in there. This side. Nice. Whatever, I'll take it. Super jumps. Oops. It's over. What's all this bullshit? Good. TB down under. Kind of funky entrance here, huh? This side. Okay, this is the secret side. Froggo. So this is the problem with this thing, is healing specifically by damage done. Like eventually you're just gonna fucking run out, man. Like you can't keep up with all the because I mean if it was just combat that'd be one thing, but you're gonna like fall and you're gonna hit traps. Bridge Weaver sounds pretty good. Like right there, it's like I just was pushing right and I still rage hit somehow. Where it's like I don't have to worry about that as Mina, like at all. And I can't even come back to life, right? Yeah, that's enough. It was a cool form, but honestly, having no healing outside of damage is just too much. You gotta actually try hard. It's fun though. You just gotta get hit too much in this. You really need more lifesteal. I mean, I see there's like a combo thing, so you could totally. It's better than you would think, but compared to like the other options, it's just not a thing, man. I'm not looking to start at this point of the game, like redoing large swaths of level. Like their dash. Well, I just don't think I'll go for it, sadly. Too used to not using it. And my other ones. That one, of course. This shit's just so safe, it's crazy, man. I could use this to like grapple the people. But would I? I'll leave it there just in case. I keep forgetting that you don't do this to get it, you're supposed to punch it. I was gonna grab the heal one, but it's not like I'm like underpowered on Mina or anything, like proper Mina. Moving these guys up. Actually, a little dead. Counter skippers, man. And you could just heal for that much health, right? This is a lot to be redoing, man. Oh well, we tried it. It was cool. I kill shit quicker on this for me. Let's have all this extra juice, I guess, man. I'm really just doing it for the varied moveset, which is a nice little moveset. It's a locked room in there. I assume we're going to be opening that up here in a minute. What? Dude, oh my god, these fucking run back. Psychotic. Okay, You just cut across. It's like, what the fuck? Saw myself pop up on the other side of the fucking screen. I was like, what the hell are you talking about, son? Everybody's here. What the fuck? They all just fall off or something? What the fuck am I getting? Am I blind? Switch. Can't get underneath. I'm breaking that. Okay, I guess I'll do that, huh? Must be a way to drop spikes already. Oh, yeah, of course. Those spikes seemed more official for some reason to me. That's cool. Cube. Hitting all these gonna do something? I gotta get a whole lot of secrets in there. But because this place is always red, I can't actually tell where the secrets would be. I'm connecting rooms. You think there'd just be like an underground passage, but oh well. We'll see, man. Dude, these are all cute, like, these, like, vial... what can you do, a vial drinking build? Like I said, if you just happen to have these, like, in a rando, then I'd be like, okay, you know, we'll see how this works, but, like, you have all the choices in the game, like, is this really that good? Some damage that only happens when I get hit and heal? It's like, oh my god. Yeah, it would have to deal like psychotic amounts of damage, which I mean, maybe it does, who knows. Maybe I should have... I regret my words and fucking deeds right now, then. Cute boss. That's the whole thing. There's an item in here. Whatever, man, take it, I guess. Not that a boss is like a small thing, I suppose. Okay. Leslie. Who knew the fishing rod is like possibly the most OP fucking sub-weapon, an actual level breaker, especially with the golden version. I like the idea of actually having the fucking fishing rod do anything in a game that isn't just for the fishing. Cute. going fishing. Now, how do I get to that? I have to go back or something? See. What are those? Hola. Senor? Maybe it erodes the fucking, the height too, huh? Free your mind. And all that. Oh yeah, for sure. A little extra area. That's kind of jank. Oh. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I don't mind like a one-off dungeon that's its own thing. I mean, this did have the little connection area and all the mirrors, so it feels earned enough, but it would be cool to have like a little bit of like a Rainbow Road type of lead up to it. Just a chunk of something. I mean, assuming the final dungeon's just the manor, I mean, that one's technically got the hub and all that. How does that help it with the pacing problem? I mean, I know it's just like, feel like it needs an extra run up. I guess I'll find out. I don't know. Yeah, I agree. This dungeon's cool though. Oh, we love flying back 10,000 fucking miles every time we do something. KDkill. That's fucking funky, man. Fuck. These guys' invincibility periods, man. Get over here, brother. Give me the money, man. This one was a little beefier. You did. You done. Done? The gun even has a charge? Jeez. Got 2 levels of charge. Three levels. Max build. Oh, you can't save any. Kinda sucks. Or does it just auto go into your bone shards? That'd be kinda cool. You max out, then you just can't lose any anymore. You have to like come here to turn them into bone shards, I guess. I guess we're finishing this dungeon and I do the finale tomorrow. I'll do a bit of cleanup too. Oh my god. This. I thought I could go diagonal. I was still on the beast mode. Not with this thing, man. I could just see farther, man. Because of the speed up on these, I'm like, I kind of just like know they're coming. Do a little jumpy. It's fine, man. It's fine. Fucking wow. This shit's fucking annoying. Takes forever too. We're doing great science here, great thing. You want me to come through here twice just for some skulls, bro? You're joshing me, man. I'm weird as hell, man. I guess it's supposed to be a little shortcut. Whatever. I like the fishing rod as a choice though, just because of the warp. But it's like, am I really gonna get much use out of it? I might. If they'd put some guys behind some gates, you could just skip it. I've got it back at base. I just feel like we'll get a boss soon, so I'd rather have the heal. Oh my god, dude. The body block. Really, dude? You fucking hit the pillar? Oh, sweet lord, fucking almighty. Fucking break on this guy. How far deep is that one, man? The carry with the slow fall? Yeah, I've got like 10 million things to use to trivialize the jumping. I just prefer the combat shit. Like, I could do the air dash for the slow fall, but I already got like my sub weapons kind of tuned into it. I don't mind, like, mindlessly making the jumps nothing, but it is one of somewhat more exciting things, I guess. Like, I'll trivialize them a bit, but yeah. My excuse to do them sort of is so then I'm saving my other shit for combat, I guess. Let's grab. You can kill him that way too, cool. Yeah, don't blame me though. I mean, it's good, no doubt. I wish it was just like an upgrade, but I guess yeah, it does dunk on shit out. I wish the one where you jump on people was an upgrade. That one seems really cool. Kitty. They're neat little things, though. Absolutely, I agree. I'd rather all the vial stuff just be upgrades. That's a good way to do it, yeah. All the vial stuff could be upgrades, so that you could just free range pick other shit. Or all the little stuff like the movement options, like the slow fall or the jump on top of enemies, could all be something. And it's like, yeah, that's gonna blow stuff open, but if the game's super open anyways, you could just have those be like an upgrade in each dungeon. Have it be thought about in the dungeon, I suppose. I mean, I guess you don't have to have it. And then if you wanted to come in with a different ability, you might not be able to do it, but oh, I'll just take him as a fucking upgrade. Just the same way. Right now I got like 3, 4 as plasma, and I could go harder, and then I've got to save myself one. The only damage thing I've even got anymore is the lightning grip, and that's honestly just because it looks cool when you blow somebody up. That doesn't really, not super great. Get a little stun, I guess, and a bit more damage, but cube on cube action. Cube of War. Yeah, it's just like we've been saying, I mean... The trinkets are like, can be good. It's rare they are good in the game, but like it can be good, or it can at least just be so like non-offensive that it just doesn't really matter. And this, I feel like it's just too big of a deal. Not enough to kill it or anything, but to be more, to be noticeable, right? The vials are too good. And funny, it has the adverse effect of just like it's fun to optimize for combat, but it has the adverse effect of like turning a lot of fights into face tanks. Which is probably not the ultimate goal, I have to imagine. Even if it could still be a little rewarding anyways. Feeling like kicking ass. I think you could... It's part of the problem with being like open, right? Yeah. Got 57. Let me put it by sequential, I suppose. Oh, missing one here. These must be from this dungeon. But... Which one? Counter vial? Is that the one where if you get hit it like dodges and... We've come very far again. These guys aren't annoying at all. So what does it do? It doesn't waste the vial and then it dodges? Then you can just try again as much as you want, or does it do damage to him as well? Christ. It might not be as hard as it is. think I was supposed to take that path, guys. Awesome. Awesome. The entire duration is invincible. If you hit it, cancels the voice, makes you invincible. Damages the enemy. Really? Damn, so it's just like a guaranteed heal? No wonder Valor has to have an extra sub thing on it, right? Or, Prime Vial. No, wait, which one has the double? Oh, it still uses it though? Oh, it doesn't waste it. So you can just keep spamming it? So can you just do a vial build then? Because you could do the one where you use a vial and it like blows up too, right? Or is that on the end of the vial? This is don't lose plasma when hit. This says no plasma loss when struck. But they don't do the same thing. Oh, don't lose plasma vials when I have vials. Damn, this one's just so good. What the fuck? You don't lose your vial and you drink it twice as quick? I wish you could set sats. I would try some other ones just for the memes. But I hate swapping them back. Like a huge delay, but... Try a plasma set. For funsies, see what happens. Uranium bracelet. Yeah, I guess that'd been good too. Proto spark. I'm gonna try this bile salvo. So is this essentially just like a fucking parry build? You know, at least you can do shit like this. This is what I'd say. While I really wish some of this was just like upgrades, at least there is like some potential to build shit. Even if a lot of it's probably meme shit. Seems like the salvo does work. You get a little extra damage there. Unless that's a different salvo. I mean, I have two things that are supposed to launch it. You can even use the one where you use vials and you get jewels and just spam sub-weapons too. Salvos work on actually drinking. Which, I mean, isn't the worst thing, but it means you only get so many salvos. I don't know if that's as juicy if you're trying to like make it a full parry thing. You just do raw fucking healing, I guess, too. Or more defense. This guy's damage. I mean, this one doesn't even matter, right? When you get hit, you don't lose it anyways. Or does it? This will just make your parry timing shittier. If it doesn't waste it, then it's like, who cares? You could do this one just, oh yeah, I'm sure. Could do windfall charms to keep the fucking jewels coming. Or the plasma coming, but we already should get a lot. That's assuming you're even using that shit. You hit after the prep, but before you drink you lose it. Yeah, the only problem with funnels is like, doesn't it fuck with your time to parry though? Or does funnel... Is it actually okay with funnel though? So does it just leave up the only part that matters for the parry? Oh, it does make it shorter. I could use 2 brisk through too. Move around just for shits quicker. I mean, I could just raise my attack. Oh yeah, it's too wonky. I do Protoss work too. I mean, I don't mind the safety, yeah. How much does Helio even heal? For fun. I mean, it's probably better to have the insta-death one, though. Yeah, I'm already checking. I mean, depending on the damage with Vile Salvo, could be fine. But Vile Salvo was like bonus. I'd rather have something that like ups my just actual ass damage. I could just put the plus damage. Don't know if it works for this. I can't test it because the fucking trading dummy doesn't attack you for some fucking reason. My 2-2. Do you get the fucking bonus on the chain capacity? That's right. I mean, realistically, shouldn't miss, right? Like, pretty much all. In 13. The damage on it's pretty low. Right, yeah. Look pretty safe. And really, it's not like terribly different from my build. It's just instead of the quick heal, I just have counter vial. What else? I didn't have uranium, I had thunder, which, I mean, whatever, right? Not really a huge deal on that either. Yeah, it's still like full mile. Funny. Give it a one for sure. No, can you just not put your shit in there? Like you just never make your shit bone shards anymore? Yeah, whatever. Kinda funny. Like once you max out, you're not allowed to bone shard. You think you'd be allowed to bone shard more? Wasn't expecting all that. Tower completion, yeah. That's what I was worried about. Which, I mean, whatever, I guess, but... Honestly, that's the point you'd lose it. Gotta be a cube, bro. Oh, does it not count? Pull me, motherfucker. These boys are good. Does contact damage work? I think it has been. Okay. It's definitely satisfying. Unleash the plasma. These guys being experimented on. Iceberg. The bottle reflection. There's always a... What was the funny thing you could do in the newer ones against Ganondorf? If you could use the fishing rod against Twilight Princess 1. Bottle against OT Ganondorf. What did the other games have anything? Which game had BugNet? Was that also TP? Skyward Sword, okay. What does it look like if you do the quick one? It'd be nice if it just cut out the... That's too quick. What's up, Andrew? A small mouse about the house. What that mouse doing? I mean, we'll see. We don't have enough to go on. I don't know how you don't fuck it up a bit, I guess. I mean, you just want like a pure remake. Well, like OT doesn't have like an interesting look. It's like it's an ugly game. Unless it's old. And you want like a I mean, a reimagining would be cute. These fucking mazes, man. Oh, I'd like these more than I do. They're kind of just like, alright. They're harmless enough, but... And instead of being like awesome, half the time they're just kind of a pain in the ass. Yeah, I mean, I'd rather be good than bad, of course. What an undertaking, right? One of the all-timers. How do you, like, improve? Like, oh, really? It's already really good. It's like the folly of a remake. So, something different would be okay. I guess just a visual style. You know, they're gonna try a bunch of story crap. A bit of an expansion and rethink. Yeah. I feel like it's just gonna be a visual thing. With maybe some story shenanigans in there. Voice acting. Wouldn't that be great? After the fucking Tears of the Kingdom delicious EA work. Yeah, I mean, Star Fox is being made by, I don't remember their name, probably a different team, but I mean, under the stewardship of Nintendo, yeah, maybe it'll be fine. I mean, we'll see. I don't know if I trust Lionel to do this. Kill him here. Oh, he's just pure bad. How could that happen? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, for me, what would it take to like it? I mean, I'm more of a creative endeavor, you know, something of a reimagining. Either change the whole structure. I don't care if it's like open. I don't know why I would want. I don't know why you'd want it open, but like Ocarina of Time's already got the ability to have like godly randos because of like the semi-openness of it. But if you change it like Breath of the Wild, it would just be kind of stupid. I feel like everybody would just be pissed. Like, how do you reimagine it in an interesting way? Like, it works in Resident Evil 2 because we're talking fixed camera angles in the full camera view with like over the shoulder shooting, right? Like, Ocarina of Time doesn't really change much, right? It's like a modern rendition. Like, I mean, you'd probably have camera controls and stuff like that, maybe? I don't know. I mean, stuff that would use a second stick. But I mean, you get the C-button. Well, you got all sorts. How would a reimagining be cool? I mean, obviously you could just do the Star Fox and just add more story, but I don't know if just like a new story, especially with Nintendo storytelling these days, if that's really what I'm looking for. It'd have to be something gameplay oriented, but I mean, how do you reimagine Ocarina of Time's fucking gameplay? I mean, short of doing a master quest, just like new dungeons thing. I mean, new shit could be cute, I guess, like new dungeons or something on the side. Oh. Not like an impossible task. I'm just trying to think like what do I want? I mean, I don't really care if it's got VA, but I guess if you had like a really good VA, that'd be fine. But those are just like typical upgrade things. They're not really like creative, right? Like RE4 was at least like really fun because it like changed how all the gameplay worked to be a bit more of like a parry kind of hitbox funky, you know, more free movie kind of thing. And it remixed a bunch of areas. I mean, I guess you could remix some of the dungeons just to do it. I tell you what, it's going to be a damned if they do, damned if they don't. But from fans, I don't think you're going to ever have everybody be happy on that one. More so than most games. We'll see. You know, just being like really charitable. What would be like them doing it right? Like, I guess just a. I mean, I don't know. What is a graphics overhaul? Like, I don't know. I don't even like the idea of like a new graphics thing. It could be cute. For me, it's like a novelty, right? Like you just see it like with new graphics. I don't really have a problem with the old ones, but I mean, I guess if it had a really strong art direction, I mean, I guess it could be novel like Star Fox to see them attempt like a story with it. I saw some fucker talking about maybe they're gonna try to incorporate the timeline split. And I'm like, bro, I don't think Nintendo actually gives a fuck about the timelines, and for good fucking reason. Fucking lame as hell, brother. It's a pain in the ass. It's probably just like fucking a shackle to them. If anything. The rumors were it was just gonna be like a fucking just visual overhaul and production overhaul. But I think that was all based on some website metadata or some shit that changed. I mean, there's no telling. I don't see Nintendo really reimagining the whole thing. Almost nobody's gotten that right outside Capcom. I mean, yeah, I'm sure if OOT works, MM will be a thing. I mean, MM asset flips a lot of OOT stuff. I'm sure they could work that similarly. I heard that they spent a lot of money on this OOT so far. I don't know where that came from, which is where I've heard it. We'll see. Usually remakes you don't spend a lot of money, so makes me wonder if it's more just like they know it'll sell a bunch anyways, or what? I'm just surprised they didn't show any fucking gameplay, man. I don't think the conversation's been positive enough to be worth just showing the gremlin. Yeah. Well, you'd think, but they didn't do it with Metroid Prime 2 or 3. I mean, I imagine it'll be a remake. Now, it depends on what you mean by remake. For me, remake is just like the same game, but every facet of like the production is just like overhauled. Even if it's under the hood different too. But like it's essentially like trying to be the same thing as all audio visual. Oh, like a reimagining? Yeah, I don't know. That's what I would prefer. Not that I'm much for the FF7 stuff as well to a certain extent, but that's on their own merits than the idea of it. But well, and only really Rebirth. I like. Anyways, whatever. Yeah, I don't know. I would like to see them do like a reimagining on it, but I don't see it. The most Nintendo's ever done is add a very small chunk to like Mario and Luigi. Otherwise, they pretty much deal in only remakes, like just pure remakes, like visual overhauls. I mean, they'll change things. Like Thousand Year Door had half its fucking script changed and a bunch of other shit. Shit like that. But like, usually... Whoa! Thank you, Lassie. Bodhi! Yeah, maybe it has something to do with it being a remake. And maybe they want to put out another Zelda. Maybe not that soon, but they might not want it to get in the way of other shit. Or they rush this fucker out. Because they have nothing. Who knows? Yeah, thank you again, Lassie. Oh, the orphans. He was using the orphans as experiments, bro. Oh, I thought he was a good guy. Worst one. Send help. No. That's on my RTS list. Oh shit, the crew's out, bro. And there's just enemies in town. So you can still do everything else. Oh yeah? Yeah, I've heard, was it 3? It was supposed to be like the god one? I'm gonna try to, I think, instead of doing them all, maybe I was just gonna play 3 for the RTS event. I'll decide when I get closer to its release date on my list, but it's definitely looking to do it. Oh, yeah, that'd definitely be the way to do it. I forgot they had the paradox thing going on. Yeah, exactly. I wouldn't continuously play it. I'll do that when I get to it then. Get everything. I'm still missing one loot. Oh my god. I'll do this tomorrow. This sucks. Has some money stuff, which I guess we'll be doing soon. There's a trinket in the Western Wilds. Some money. Yeah, I've been reading it a bit. I just heard such good things for those games. Actually, not as much on 4. I'm sure it's still good things. I don't mean it that way, but like, 3 was always like this big boy one. One of the few like somewhat modern RTSs still. Who makes those again? Is it Paradox? Oh wow, man, they get around. Like, they're the only one I can think of other than like The Sims who does that like Oh, I'm thinking of the wrong thing. I'm thinking of Company of Heroes. No wonder. Company of Heroes and Hearts of Iron. Oh, I always mix them up. Well, yeah, I'd like to play that too, don't get me wrong. I just fucking mix them up. My mind. Yeah, that's right. I was like, Paradox does RTS? I was like, shit, man. Hearts of Iron 4 is 80% off. Oh, somebody in my family already has it. Well, there you go. Just play it that way. Okay, this is more... I keep mixing up the names. It's been a while. Oh well. How come? Alright, bud. All the orange highlights the hell. Oh, this is cool. Does it always have this close perspective? Or is that just for the 6 shots here? Okay, it is like normal RTS. Oh, that's delicious. Oh, really? Okay. Like Valkyria Chronicles, but more RTS instead of turn-based. Every time I see this fucking fucking picture you post and I laughed. No, that's fair. Yeah. Poof, out of control. Many hair reckless wall bouncing toward bone reach. Poof. Horns hideout off aisle. Nether Kraken. It's our new shit then? Yeah, that sounds pretty cool. Is it difficult? I don't know how grueling that was in reality. I mean, I imagine it was, but they recreate that in the game well. I just meant the scenario, but I wouldn't be surprised. I have to unlock one more thing. I don't have anything even on the map. I'm gonna do a toothbrushing after all this fucking pretzels. Yeah, I probably would do Hearts of Iron then around like some kind of 4X period. Do like a mixed 4X thing. Like Total War, Hearts of Iron, Victoria, or whatever. Procedure Kings, it just would be the Paradox. I mean, I guess I would do like Civilization and shit. Europa. I don't know if I would make a marathon out of that though. That'd be a lot of the same type of thing. Be like a fucking Paradox playthrough in general. We got something in here that I missed. Yeah. This is what I missed. I just didn't do this at all because I was so caught up in the new shop I completely forgot. I was yapping a lot earlier. Yeah, I really need to learn more about some of those too. I was learning a bit about like the old German history and stuff, like pre-World War II. Beyond that, it's like I learned like a little bit of World War I there, but I can't say I'm too knowledgeable on that either. Back to what you're talking about in Discord. Point was, I feel like it'd be interesting to watch some of those alternate history videos. I got a guy who does a lot of like movie joke reviews, but I think he's got like an alternate history thing. Things like Pointless Hub or whatever. It'd be kind of like a fun way to get like a pseudo history lesson with the twist sort of deal. This fucking bird, man. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's kind of how it is with like most strategy RTS type of things. I mean, I know there's like a few that are considered a bit more stinkery. Like, I don't know how much people like the new Civ and all that, but I think once they kind of hit their stride and really like execute on the concept of the whole thing well, at that point it's just kind of like, alright, you know. Where do you really go from there? It's just like little takes on it or campaigns, I guess. This is a huge fucking pain in the ass. Holy shit. Crazy. Really did an entire area on this fucking mechanic. Probably the shittiest one. Crap this whole fucking deal. Easier. Oh. Guess that's fine. Let me get the fuck out of here. What is Paradox's like crown jewel game? I'm trying to remember. What's up, Metro? I like it, it's good. I don't know on ratings, I've never been good about number ratings, but it's solid so far. I think it kind of excels at level design and enemies and all that, and the pacing of all the little secrets and bits of currency. It's fun to just kind of explore around and clear room to room. I think the talismans I'm kind of iffy on. I feel like some of those should just be permanent upgrades. And while there's some cool build choices here and there, I feel like it errs so more on the side of like, you know, the 10 of them being really strong. Kind of wish that was a little different. Also, the sub-weapons, I feel like you should just be able to choose what you want whenever you want from the base. I find myself not really experimenting as much as I feel like I would like to. It's just kind of a bitch to use them. Luckily they're not like too required for movement, but I always have a movement one on. I think it's hard at the beginning. It's got a nice challenge. I think once you pretty much, there's a few talismans that absolutely turn it into a cakewalk. Speed drink and or counter vial, a primed vial pouch, and then the capes. Can make it pretty easy. I did Bayou first, which I guess is a little further in. But yeah, because you can explore a lot, and kind of like choose a stat spread that feels more comfortable to you, and that it has kind of like enough skill cap or skill depth to master. Like, I do think the game doesn't keep up with that. Don't get me wrong, I still have a lot of fun with it, but yeah, it's pretty rare unless I'm goofing around to die anymore. Yeah, vial pouch is good. I was doing the speed drink before, but somebody was talking to me about the counter vial, and you can just do like a parry build with this, which is pretty goofy. I guess I go between the uranium bracelet and like the lightning blast. Yeah, plasma jug is just so chill. Haven't sold anything at the market. Maybe I should before the very end, just for the memes. I assume you can buy them back. Maybe something happens. I need to go finish up the Astral Quarry. I might do that tomorrow. I've been up for a bit. We'll probably finish this tomorrow. Yeah, 100%. I'll probably put that in the title next time. Gotta get everything, and then I just finished the Astral place. Although in the newspaper it mentioned like a bunch of dudes bouncing around near the bone area. And it also mentioned Thorn's hideout off the coast. I wonder if there's like bonus bosses and shit now. That wouldn't be like on a checklist. Not sure. Might be. Maybe I'll check tomorrow. I mean, I'll check for the bouncing around now, but poof poofs. Bone Beach. That might just be flavor dialogue, but usually they tell you actual good from that. I assume you've beaten it already? I'm a little late to the party. I'm looking forward to seeing the speedruns and the randos and everything. I could start watching a little bit of the speedrun. I wouldn't get spoiled from that. Maybe the final split or something, but I think we know Lionel's a bad guy. Yeah, fair enough. It's not like you need to. I just enjoy running around, and I get pretty close to finding the secrets on the first run, so it's not too much cleanup. And I like talking about it. Poof, poof. Balancing. I don't see anything. And foreign off the coast. I could go try that. Yeah, so I don't know. I think like if you're really good, there's like chain builds that would probably be pretty decent. There's a lot of things I'd like to have. Like I like the fucking tumbling to-do and like the low fall and like the extra air dash and all that shit, but like they're not, other than the air dash, they're not really like that good. Well, I mean the slow fall maybe, but I wish some of that was just perma upgrades. Like magnetism, I'm like, bro, I ain't fucking using a slot on that shit. I think there's enough build variety here. It's not like the worst trinket system I've seen. But I definitely perma cool. Oh yeah, no, I gotcha. Yeah, plenty of games I'll do that. On the stream, I mainly go to completion, at least. But 100%, it depends on the kind of game. Stuff like this or Metroidvanias, I'm more like, more 10 to 100% of it more. What am I gonna play next? Well, see what leaves Game Pass soon. It could be the Altars. I'm doing rewrites, fan disc, that's a VN. I wanted to do some first-person shooters. There's Mullet Magic. Stuff like that. Yeah. I just read through Rewrite. Like 100-hour VN. I've got a lot. Yeah, we do a lot of VNs here. Well, a lot, but I mean, it's kind of a cornerstone, I guess. I don't know. I plan on doing like an Ace Combat marathon at some point. I want to play those before 8 comes out. Yeah, that's one of my favorites. I gave that one. The only ratings I do on here, because I usually just like the discussion, not the ratings, but I do have a VN tier list where I rage. Just because we like talking about it so much. Yeah. House and Fata Morgana, I put that bad boy as a 10. They've got a new game coming out I'm really excited for. I don't fucking remember the name. They said they're spending a lot of money on it. It's like a 40-50 hour detective VN. I haven't read the House and Fata Morgana fan disc, though. The little extra they made for it. I have the music. It's really good. It is really good. That's why I'm excited for their next thing. What is it called? Project Codename M? I don't know what this website is they have for this. Well, I mean, I'll just link it. You play as the killer and the detective. They said this one would be a little less emotional, a little bit more like fun murder mystery, but I mean, they can say whatever they want, right? Who knows what's gonna happen? Yeah, House and Fata Morgana is awesome. It's pretty damn high up there for me. I've got a lot of other 10 VNs, but that one hits pretty good. Yeah, I don't know. I'm doing an RTS history thing. I've not played as surprisingly. I try to play a little bit of everything on here, but I'm surprisingly not played a shitload of RTS. I've been going through that. I just did Warcraft 1 not that long ago. I was gonna do Command and Conquer 1 next. Oh, really? Well, most regulars in here have played it. If you're looking to talk about it, you're in good hands, I guess. Yeah, VNs are an obscure medium. And even within VNs, there's stuff that's hyper obscure, right? I would say Fata Morgana, as far as like people in the know on VNs, is like kind of middle ground as far as like how known it is. I think a lot of it's because of how like well received it is. I mean, Fata Morgana was like the #1 like fucking Metacritic game for a long ass time, which was wild. So people talked about it from that too. I think it was for the Switch release or something. I mean, it deserves it. Oh, really? Okay, yeah, I mean, that shit works, man. Yeah, this year there's a VN that's #1 right now. It's, I haven't read it yet. Schrodinger's Call? Oh, yeah, people are always stupid about VNs. I don't care about the visual novels or a game or not. It's all an experience. I don't give a fuck. If it makes you feel something or it means something or it was worth it, like who cares, right? Like especially nowadays, like indies and stuff, the line between like a cinematic thing and agency and all that's so blurred anyways. It's as long as it's like a good experience, I could give a shit. I do consider VNs generally a medium though. It's not really a genre because there's so many fucking VNs of different types, right? Yeah, I am gonna play it. I don't own it right now, so I might play it later this year. But I did a while ago. I'm gonna do that rewrite fan disc, and then I might do Zato or Zato or Seabed. Maybe one of the next VMs. I got ones that I'll only do in Discord because they got like porn in them. You can't really stream that badly. Like the Song of Saya, Sweet Fool, and I want to do Tsukihime because I'm a big Gnostic guy and I've not read Tsukihime. But some of those are Discord only. I haven't done a Discord only VN stream in a while, but it's kind of the nature of the beast. Yeah, those are short ones. So I was thinking about doing those next. Because, I mean, the last VN I read was like 100 hours. I've still got the fan disc, which is another 30, so kind of need a break. I play Nintendo stuff? Yeah. Hell, I thought about doing there's Super Metroid soon. I've already played it, but I just played Zexion before this, which is kind of inspired by Metroid. And I was like, I haven't played Super Metroid in like a decade, so I thought about playing it just to kind of discuss its place in the Metroidvania world. We just got done with talking about it for the last hour. I am generally a remake hater in general. I've ranted nonstop about it today. I like a reimagining, something that has like some artistic merit. It's trying to instill something new into something. But generally, I feel like remakes are done to make a buck on the cheap, and it's a sign of like a fucking ailing industry, and it's a nostalgia bait, and it's attachment to IPs and games, and I'd rather see something new. Now, not to get into more of that, I guess, because I've already fucking gone off on it forever. I love OOT. It's one of my favorite games. I hope it's good. Why not? It'd be nice if it was good. I don't know what it being good would be to me. I think it would be like something that stands on its own and isn't a replacement game. Like they do a bunch of new shit in it. If it was just a visual overhaul, I mean, it could be good for a novelty playthrough. I think it'd just be kind of fun to play it again. I mean, I don't know. I've played OT a million times. I do randos here and there, but I think the original's like godly, so I don't really have like a... I mean, if we're talking specifically like what they showed, which is like nothing, I mean, Link looks like a fucking gremlin, but we'll see. They haven't shown much. I don't know how they haven't shown anything. I feel like what they showed was probably not the smartest thing to show. They should have probably shown a little bit more, but it is what it is. This next dungeon must have some secrets. How about yourself? Yeah. I mean, I'll play anything. I got a list under the stream. I stream too much to be picky. Yeah, I mean, I hope it's cool. Nintendo doesn't really do like crazy reimaginings. They tend to keep it close to the chest or add a few things like with Star Fox or Mario and Luigi or stuff like that. I don't know. I feel like it still holds up really well. Like, what about the gameplay, right? Like, the contextual jumping? It's a little odd for sure, but like, and even for the time, that was kind of unique. The Z targeting, like, they still do that. I could see, like, maybe more camera control or a smoothing out of certain things. I feel like OOT is so light on actual story. I'd be more worried about them destroying any of the atmosphere of some of the places. Like, they already remade OOT once, right? On the 3DS. And I think for the most part it was fine. But there was a couple spots like the Forest Temple where they kind of kill some of the atmosphere. And that's like one of the more distinct parts of the game, so... I get you for sure. I mean... Some people just won't play the original, and I guess this gives them some level of like playing it. I would say to those people to probably like broaden your fucking mind a bit. You could even play them on... It's not like they don't exist. You can play them on NSO, and while they're not like the best emulated versions, like they are on there legally. Yeah, I said earlier today when we were talking about it, like, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. Some big group of people's going to be pissed, but I think the safest thing is to just probably play it really safe, be really careful, and just, like, do a really clean, probably faithful gameplay remake. Who knows on the art direction, but, yeah. Like, I'd like them to shoot their shot, but I'm like, how do you reimagine OT, right? For God's sakes, it's not that much. I don't want more story. After Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom's fucking dog shit stories, and the horrible VA work, I have very little faith that any of that's gonna be good. But I guess they could. It's like, I do think they'll be careful. You know, Star Fox is being done by, outsourced by a different group, but I don't know on OT. I don't remember if they said it was going to be in-house or not. I assume in-house would be more careful, but... I mean, whatever group it is, it's got to feel like an impossible task, though. Yeah, I feel like it's going to be like a Thousand Year Door thing. I did a playthrough of Thousand Year Door side by side, the original and the remake. It was elucidating, for sure. It made me very cynical. But most people wouldn't notice any of that, and that's why it's really interesting. They changed quite a bit of things, and it starts to really rub you the wrong way. But it's subtle enough, and I feel like that's how OT is going to be. It's going to be like subtle changes here and there, you know, little gameplay bits, little easings of this and that, a couple dialogue changes. Obviously, they're going to do like new cinematic, like camera angle type of stuff. All that kind of shit. I don't know. Yeah. I mean, as long as it's not like a Grand Theft Auto remaster thing, or... well, I guess. Can't imagine they'd fuck it up too hard. They're keeping it, yeah, close to their chest, but... we'll see. Yeah. I don't know, I think they'll change just a little bit. Enough to say that they changed something, but not enough to, like, piss off people who just want, like, a remake. But I think, like, you're already changing the ground. That's what I said. Anyway, you're gonna... damned if you do, damned if you don't. But it's such a big deal, everybody's gonna buy it and play it anyway, so it doesn't really matter. They always do, though, right? soundtracks are one of like the most easily justifiable new additions when I feel like music doesn't fucking age. I mean, I don't think much of anything ages, but I mean, people would argue the graphics. But then I'm sitting here playing the game that looks like a Game Boy game, so does it really age? Do people really care? Roblox looks like liquid shit, but I mean, everybody plays that, right? So it's like, but in theory, yeah, the music usually doesn't need changing, but the music gets remastered in pretty much every remake, big and small, so... Like, Thousand Year Door got a new soundtrack, it was horrible. Like Link's Awakening, which I guess, you know, going from Game Boy to, like, something more modern, I could understand that one. But... Because I don't think it needs it either. I agree with you. There'll be, like, remixes. I mean, I think it's all... they're not gonna, like, get rid of the Gerudo song, but they might, you know... make some overly epic, big band fucking version of it, right? It'd be cool if they had an option for the original soundtrack. I'll give Thousand Year Door credit for that. It had that. You had to go find it in a shop, hidden away, but they did have it. Sorry, I'm not even really playing right now. I'm kind of done for the day anyways. I mean, I guess I could go try to find out one thing I missed, but God, it could be in anything. Oh yeah, I was looking for the place off the coast. I don't know. I'm definitely excited for it, at least as a curiosity. Like, I'll be playing Star Fox Remake. I love Star Fox 64. I'm curious what they're gonna do story-wise. I think you're gonna... I mean, since the VAs are all different now, it's clearly gonna lose a lot of, like... of that cheesy sauce that Star Fox 64 had. That made it very, like, quotable and fun. But maybe the new serious story will have something cool in there. We'll find out. Else would say it would never happen. It's probably because people would imagine they never would need one. But that's the thing with remakes. They rarely are ever needed. It's always about making money. But yeah, here we are indeed. I mean, I imagine as far as like, people probably figured because it was already remade once that they wouldn't do it again so soon. And that they'd let Grezzo just make like another 2D remake, like an Oracle remake or something, which they still might, of course, but... it depends on your definition. For me, remasters are just like light touch-ups, like upscaling and ports and shit. Remakes are like, they overhauled every chunk of it, but it's like the same game at the core. And then I think like a reimagining is something that really mixes it up. But yeah, well, yeah, that's just semantics. I absolutely, what you're saying, yeah, it would be a remaster. But I mean, they redid all the art and all the music and shit. But it's the same game at the core. I'm just goofy about how I define them. Because I think things like Resident Evil 2 and 4 and FF7, if you even can count that, kind of go beyond the standard remake thing. So I feel like there should be like a bit more vocabulary for it all. But yeah. I loved RE9. I'm a big Resident Evil guy though. I'm sure Resident Evil on a fucking plate, I'll yap it up. Veronica remake? We're finally getting into the territory of Resident Evil games that could actually use a remake instead of just like, we're just doing them to do them. And don't get me wrong, I still like those. They justify themselves by being different enough. But, Veronica's got like issues. I had fun playing it, I watched it again recently. Not elucidated some more issues again. Between the pacing of some of the locations, some of the visual variety of like some of the Antarctica places, I think they could really do some cool shit, and an even bigger differentiating of the two campaigns. I'm really excited for it because I am not I love Resident Evil, but I'm not like beholden to Code Veronica that much. You could just go off and do something totally different, and I'm like, hell yeah, brother. And Capcom's been on a fucking tear for a while now. They release their weirdo shit sometimes that doesn't do super well, like Exo Primal, but at least they're shooting shots on top of like putting down like solid new IPs like Pragmata and doing well on their old shit. I mean, Dragon's Dogma 2 is probably the shittiest fucking thing they released for me recently, and I'm kind of curious if the expansion will fix that. Yeah. They were talking about it recently. They said part of their success was that they don't do auteur auteur developers anymore. I thought it was interesting. Meaning like they don't have like one person like a Kojima who like kind of is the creative big guy on it. It's kind of more like a institutional like group effort, kind of something more as like a whole sort of deal. That's hard to describe, but I mean, it seems to work. You look at their games, a lot of them share like certain bits of DNA and stuff, right? Not just the engine, but you know, there's a lot of like 3D action, over-the-shoulder stuff here and there, and then you got like, you know, monster combat games. It's like, okay, you probably get a little bit of that. Monster Hunter and Dragon's Dogma and shit. Who knows? But yeah, they do good. I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop someday, but maybe they had such a bad period in the 360, late 360 era that they're just kind of finally done sucking. I'd love if Mega Man fucking ended up good. I just went through all the Mega Man X and Zero games and the Legends games and shit earlier this year. At this point, I just fucking played them all except Battle Network, so I wouldn't call myself a Giga fan, but invested enough to excited to see Capcom do something with it. I didn't see anybody over there, so I'm just gonna call it good for now. I'll pick up this last thing later. Astral Ori. Might be a good warm up to the stream tomorrow. Yeah, but I mean, RE9, I mean, there's some good nostalgia stuff in there, you know. I talk down on Nostalgia Bay, but I mean, I'm a fan and I was serviced by a lot of RE9, but I don't know, it was a cool blend of the two different styles. I don't think it was like the best of either world. Well, the gray stuff was pretty cool. I liked the more creative take on the zombies. But like, Leon felt fun, he was cool. Maybe not as fun as RE4 Remake, but it was cool to blend them together, and nice big meaty campaign. Lots of fun upgrades. Goofy story. Nice to have like a somewhat quotable Leon back. I've always been partial to the original Resident Evil 4 Leon. That's still my favorite Resident Evil, with the RE1 remake behind that. But yeah, I don't know. I thought it was great. I put it up there on the top tier for sure. I haven't played it yet. Yeah, I definitely recommend playing those first. This is trying to do a little bit more Leon story and It doesn't hurt to have played 3 as well. So you kind of know what's up with Raccoon City, but I mean, it doesn't take a genius to figure out what happened. I think the only shitty remake they've done is 3, sadly. It's still a fun time, but I vastly prefer the original. They outsourced 3, and they fucked it, man. They fucked it. Nemesis sucks. The new changes suck. Jill sucks. I like the original RE3 better, but they're all super playable. Like, I still love playing RE2 original and 3, and I played those recently. Yeah, for sure, but I definitely play it after RE2 and 4. You don't have to play 7 or 8. But if you like that gameplay style, the first-person style, those are kind of the predecessors as well. You could play those if you want another dose after the grace sections. Just 7? Yeah, a lot of people. It was a good idea they rebooted Resident Evil essentially with 7. It brought back a lot of the like old Resident Evil sort of slinking around a mansion. They made it spooky again, kind of, right? I mean, Resident Evil's always been like B-movie horror cheese. Not really that spooky. So it's kind of cool seeing that happen. But, yeah, now they have these 2 lines where they do the remake line where it's like third person and action-y sometimes, and then, well, the RE2 remake's kind of scary. And then they've got the first person, and now they're like fusing. I'm really curious what they'll do with RE10, but I don't know. Right, that's fair, yeah. Yeah, Resident Evil stories are fun. I mean, they're cheesy. I mean, you're not, you know, it's like, you're not going to get, like, your fucking, you know, emotions rocking, but they know they're cheesy. They know they're funny and goofy. That's why with the original Resident Evil 4, I prefer the tone. That game is so quotable. It's so fucking cheesy. It's awesome. They try to kind of make it halfway serious in 4 remake. I don't like it as much, but RE9 brings back the cheese a bit. Yeah, first person just works a little bit better for like really scaring you. I mean, some of my favorite horror games aren't in first person, but the games that have scared me the most would be in first person. That's just, I think it's just there's like a, you know, less of a disconnect between you and what's going on, right? It feels more immersive in that way. I don't play enough in my game time anymore. The title screen here. Oh, cool. You should get back to us if you like those. I've had some other people working on Resident Evil not that long ago as well. It's always fun to see the series that's 9 out of 5. I worked today too. I've been up for a while. Yesterday's stream was like 5. Yeah, it's about time to hit the head for sure. Yeah, it's been an addicting game. Oh, no, actually yesterday was 10. We're about done. We'll finish it tomorrow, so I'll have to have my follow-up. I'll have to see what's leaving Game Pass. Try to save $1 when I can, so I use Game Pass and shit. Anyways, yeah, I appreciate the conversation. It's always nice to have people in here who know their shit, want to shoot the shit about random stuff. Sorry if I over talked you there. I'm in a talky mood today. No, thanks. Appreciate it. I'll catch you around. I'm gonna go ahead and jump off here. Anyways, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Normally I would talk about thoughts on the game at the end, but I feel like I've been pretty clear about how I feel on the end of the Hollower, and we'll open up tomorrow maybe with some more about it and have like the big end of the game discussion on it and all that stuff. I don't imagine it's gonna